Chapter 1075. Ma Si stood straight at the door. When he reported to Li Huacheng, he never looked at Chen Fangqing out of the corner of his eyes. The smoke lingered in the office. Li Huacheng nodded. He stood up at the same time and looked at Chen Fangqing. Chen Fangqing also stood up. Li Huacheng thought he was going to leave, but Chen Fangqing said flatly, "Since we are here, we have to see each other." Li Huacheng smiled and said nothing. He got up and walked out of the office. Chen Fangqing followed him expressionlessly, a little behind Li Huacheng by half a body. The hidden dragon sea outside the office was silvery white, and the air was bitterly cold. Standing in front of the office door and looking out, on an arch bridge 100 meters away, Li Tianlan was taking off his gorgeous windbreaker that terrified the whole dark world and putting it on Qin Weibai. The black windbreaker fluttered lazily. Qin Weibai naturally took his arm. Li Huacheng and Chen Fangqing watched in silence, with complicated feelings. 5 years. In less than 6 years, the young couple in sight, or the young couple, completed the identity exchange without anyone realizing. More than 5 years ago, Li Tianlan was 19 and Qin Weibai was 24. At that time, Li Tianlan was a greenhorn, but he was not unknown. With the last remaining light of the Li family, he tried his best to show his edge, but not many people really paid attention to him. That year, Qin Weibai had already taken control of the Samsara Palace. She was the only will of the Samsara Palace when the will of the master of Samsara Palace was silent. She was quiet, low-key, and busy most of the time. The development of Zhongzhou State, the European continent, America, and the Samsara Palace reflected her will everywhere. It might not be clear, but it always existed. She rarely appeared in any so-called high-end circle, but no one in the real high-end circle would ignore her. She was the goddess in countless people's hearts and the first beauty in Zhongzhou State. There were countless people who admired her, but few dared to stand in front of her and look directly into her eyes. Wang Xiaoyao of the Wang family of Beihai, Jiang Qianyan of the Jiang family of South America, 2 princes in the European Union, young business tycoons, those so-called big shots who seemed to have everything, with their family background, strength, and elegance, had never received any response from her. She lingered in everyone's most beautiful and dreamy dreams, quiet, beautiful, picturesque, and beautiful. No one knew what was going on with Li Tianlan, or what kind of luck he had. The heir of the Li family. The young heavenly son. These seemingly worthless things at that time did not bring Li Tianlan any honor, but they secretly caused a lot of trouble. At that time, the 19-year-old Li Tianlan was even funny in the eyes of many real bigwigs. At that time, Li Tianlan of the mountain, the Li of the Ming of palace of the world. The perfect goddess appeared beside him, unscrupulously blossoming with astonishing brilliance. In just a few short years, she filled the entire dark world. In the final battle of Heaven Capital, the purgatory of Heaven Capital rose. Then came the chaos of Snow Country. Zhongzhou State, Snow Country, 5 European countries, Dark Knights, Rothschild, Holy Land, Men in Black, Fantasy World, Jiang family of South America, Shadow Throne, one superpower after another, one country after another, hundreds of thousands of troops. The whole world was in turmoil. Reki City, Mormons, blood flowed like a river. That was the most bloody and cruel end of the last era. Invincible like grass. The famous experts on the divine and holy list were dying. That was the end of the era. It was not the end. Instead, it completely shattered the whole structure of the whole era in a way that no one could imagine. The light of the eternal sword above Mormons, with the lingering sound of that era, shattered all the shadows, and directly opened the door to a new era. Just like now. The era and sky that belonged to Li Tianlan. The final battle in Beihai might not be the plan of Samsara Palace, nor was it Qin Weibai's doing. But everyone knew very well that when the eternal sword light pierced Wang Tianzong's chest above Mormons, the final battle in Beihai had become inevitable. There was no need to plan anything, no need to push anything. Whether Wang Tianzong was seriously injured or killed, the final battle in Beihai was bound to happen. So the last invincible realm experts of East Island and Holy Land all died in the final battle in Beihai. The Jiang family of South America fell. Most of the forces in the Dark World disappeared. The whole Dark World was in ruins. In the ruins, the dynasty belonging to Emperor Dong's palace was being built. It was clear and ferocious, with its claws and teeth, unstoppable. That year, Li Tianlan was 24 years old. Qin Weibai was 29 years old. In more than 5 years, Li Tianlan had matured, become powerful, and invincible in a flash. Qin Weibai didn't change at all. Time didn't leave any trace on her, but it took away the sharpness that she had never exposed in front of others. Today, she lived in the headquarters of the Lin clan and stood aloof from the world. Beside Li Tianlan, she was gentle and charming. In a trance, it seemed that she no longer had the shadow that stirred up the whole Dark World. She was gradually being ignored, and she was willing to do so. But Li Tianlan stood on the top of the world, invincible. The identity and status between the two seemed to have changed a long time ago. But only at this time, when the young couple officially appeared in the Hidden Dragon Sea and stood in front of Li Huaqing and Chen Fangqing, when the well-behaved Qin Weibai and the indifferent Li Tianlan stood together, the impact became particularly strong, like a huge wave, fiercely hitting the consciousness of Li Huaqing and Chen Fangqing. In a trance, Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai had come over. Ma Si coughed. Li Huaqing quickly came to his senses, touched Chen Fangqing, walked down the steps, and reached out to shake hands with Li Tianlan. "Welcome, you two." Qin Weibai stood beside Li Tianlan, smiled gently and quietly, and didn't say anything. "You're welcome, President." Li Tianlan smiled, turned his eyes, and fell on Chen Fangqing. Chen Fangqing stood silently, without reaching out or smiling, just looking at him expressionlessly. "What are you doing here?" Li Tianlan frowned and asked impolitely. "It's just a coincidence," Chen Fangqing said indifferently. The two sides had really shed all pretenses of cordiality, and they would really fight to the death. If it was in public, for the sake of the overall situation, the two might pretend, but in this situation, there was no need for politeness between them. "I'm the Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State. Isn't it normal to discuss work with the President? But Your Highness, as soon as you arrived in Yuzhou, you can't wait to come to the Hidden Dragon Sea. Your manners are ugly, and it's inevitable that you lose your demeanor. I asked Tianlan to bring me here." Qin Weibai smiled and said softly, "I'm a woman, and I never care about demeanor. I'm just a little curious, and I want to see what the Prime Minister, who has been targeting my man for the past 2 years, will look like now. If I hadn't met you here, I think we would have taken the initiative to visit later. Your current expression, compared with your last expression, should be very interesting." "You?" Chen Fangqing's face turned livid. Qin Weibai's voice was too gentle and too straightforward, so straightforward that even Chen Fangqing felt a little powerless to refute. He was silent for a few seconds, and then said with a gloomy face, "When men talk, when it's a woman's turn to interrupt?" He glanced at Li Tianlan, and still called him with that somewhat harsh title, "Your Highness, you really have a good upbringing." Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed, and he said gloomily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you judge my woman?" In the power center of Zhongzhou State, looking at the Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State and asking him what he was, this was simply the first time in the world, and it was a humiliation that didn't need to be emphasized too much. Not to mention how Chen Fangqing felt, even Li Huaqing, who was beside him, felt offended. He was a little unhappy, but he had completely understood Li Tianlan's attitude. Strong, tough. Such an attitude also meant that on the topic of the new group, there were many things that Li Tianlan was not going to leave any room for compromise at all. "You two, enough is enough. We don't meet here to quarrel," Li Huaqing said slowly. "You're right." Li Tianlan nodded, "I just want him to recognize himself. At such an old age, how dare he talk about upbringing here shamelessly. His own precious daughter is nearly 50 years old, and she has 9 lovers outside, 5 of whom are students at school. I have all kinds of high-definition videos of all kinds of information here. How about it, Prime Minister, do you want me to send you a copy? Or should I make it public on the internet? Upbringing, do you also know what upbringing is? How dare you? Chen Fengqing growled, and his face was ferocious. A touch of blood and sweetness gushed out of his throat, and he swallowed it down. Tearing. The blood seemed to tear the blood vessels, and he felt cold all over. He had a splitting headache, and his whole head began to become numb in the severe pain. I will do that. Li Tianlan said lightly, but after you get out of this position, I will give you an absolutely satisfactory explanation for the 62 people in your Qin family. Tianlan. Li Huaqing's tone suddenly became a little heavier. This is Hidden Dragon Sea. His eyes were quiet and dignified, with an obvious warning. Li Tianlan sneered and walked directly up the steps with Qin Weibai. Ma Si bowed slightly and opened the office door respectfully. Li Huaqing took a deep breath, patted Chen Fengqing on the shoulder, and turned back into the office without saying a word. The office door was closed. Chen Fengqing stood silently in the deep cold snow for a long time. The smoke in the office had not dissipated. Li Huaqing turned on the ventilation system, made a new pot of tea, and said with a smile, "It's understandable that the Prime Minister is in a bad mood. Tianlan, there are many times and things that I can't stop you even if I want to. I think the Prime Minister has enough psychological preparation for some results. I'm not going to comment on this, I just want to say, pay attention to the way." Li Tianlan looked down at the gradually boiling tea in front of him, and said in a flat voice, "The way I choose is the most appropriate, and it is what he deserves." Li Huaqing quickly frowned. "What are you going to do?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked a little surprised. "Didn't I just say? When we were outside?" Li Huaqing's movements suddenly stiffened, and even his expression became a little stiff. What Li Tianlan just said? Put the video of Chen Lijuan on the internet? Let all the members of the Chen family die? Li Huaqing pondered and did not speak for a long time. Winner takes all, no matter where it is, this is the truth. As a loser, Chen Fengqing had nothing to say. His life and death were already destined. Li Huaqing could accept it, and he could also accept the disappearance of some core members of the Chen family. But Li Tianlan's meaning was very clear. He was not going to let Chen Fengqing, the whole Chen family, and he was not going to leave any leeway. If the Chen family ended up extremely miserable, it would cause extremely strong turbulence in the whole Zhongzhou state, and others would inevitably feel sad. What Li Huaqing wanted was stability, and such a situation was not what he wanted to see. Tianlan, the Prime Minister did do something wrong, but after all, the others are innocent. Li Huaqing looked at Li Tianlan and said slowly. Everyone is qualified to say that they are innocent, but Chen Fengqing is not. Li Tianlan said faintly, the termination plan? Oh, she has already left Beihai and me, and now no one knows where she is. When Chen Fengqing started the termination plan, did he not consider the innocent? According to his style, if the battle in Beihai fails, or if we don't stand the pressure in the past 2 years, what will happen to Beihai? What will happen to Emperor Dong's palace? Li Tianlan looked at Chen Fengqing and said faintly, it's all the same. I can be sure that if we lose, no one will say that they are innocent, including you. Li Huaqing looked away a little awkwardly. It was undeniable that even in Li Huaqing's heart, he also hoped that Chen Fengqing could completely break up the Wang family of Beihai and then completely suppress Emperor Dong's palace. None of them wanted to see Beihai continue to develop, and no one was willing to see the rise of a new group. Chen Fengqing was like this, and so was Li Huaqing. Li Tianlan could have power, but in their expectations, absorbing Emperor Dong's palace before the Flourishing Age Fund was already the limit of their tolerance. Completely suppressing Emperor Dong's palace and maximizing his personal strength and future was the most correct way of governing a country. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. From the perspective of the overall interests of Zhongzhou state, this was the position that a ruler must have. Chen Fengqing did so. So did Li Huaqing. The only difference between the two was that Qin Fengqing didn't believe in evil when he found that things couldn't be done. He stubbornly insisted on doing it. He used unorthodox methods and unconventional methods, and even joined hands with East Island to start the battle in Beihai. But in the end, he still failed. Li Huaqing was much smarter and calmer than Qin Fengqing. After finding that things couldn't be done, he quickly adjusted his mentality and accepted the reality. He was still trying to control the situation within the scope of his control. Now the academics were cooperating with Li Tianlan and the new group, and they were also competing with the new group. At this level, friends and enemies were no longer pure. The relationship between them had been changing subtly, but one thing was certain. Li Huaqing wouldn't have a good impression of Li Tianlan, and Li Tianlan would have the same impression of Li Huaqing. If we lose, what will happen? Li Tianlan asked softly. He didn't wait for Li Huaqing to speak and continued, I will die, Wang Xingxiao will die, the Wang family of Beihai and Emperor Dong's palace will be shattered, my women, my brothers, my supporters, none of them will have a good end, and neither will their families. They will die in all kinds of accidents, in prison, in hospitals, and more people will die. The Southeast Group, the Giant Group, the North Group, the Flourishing Age Fund. How many people are there? Have you counted? If there is such a time. Li Tianlan looked at Li Huaqing, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. Will someone stand in your position and say that they are innocent? First of all, will you? Li Huaqing opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Li Tianlan had already said directly, it doesn't matter whether I will or not. His voice was cold, with a kind of extreme confidence and strength. Because I will not lose. All those who touch the bottom line of Emperor Dong's palace should think about Qin Fengqing's end in the future. Li Huaqing was silent. Dead silence. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said slowly, do you know how many years the Prime Minister has worked in Zhongzhou State and what he has done for Zhongzhou State? I know, and I can even understand. Li Tianlan said lightly, but this is not a reason to be forgiven. Families and countries are never completely consistent. I recognize his contribution to Zhongzhou State, and I recognize everyone, every director, and every member of parliament. Even Gu Xingyun, from the perspective of Zhongzhou State, is not a bad person. He has also made a lot of contributions to Zhongzhou State over the years. They all deserve respect, and so does Qin Fengqing. Li Tianlan said calmly, but this can't be a reason for them to hurt Emperor Dong's palace, nor a reason for me to forgive them. I can do what they can do in the future. I don't have such a long-term vision, and I don't have your so-called overall situation. I only know one thing. Whoever dares to hurt the people around me, Emperor Dong's palace will kill his whole family. He is a meritorious minister, a hero, and he can be anyone. But in my eyes, he is an enemy. Li Huaqing sighed, feeling a little helpless. It was not until this time that he understood why Li Tianlan came directly to Hidden Dragon Sea after arriving in Yuzhou. To discuss some problems of the new group. Maybe there was a reason for this. But the most important thing was that Li Tianlan came here to give him a notice. A notice on how to deal with Qin Fengqing. It was not a discussion, but a notice. So no one could stop Li Tianlan. Qin Fengqing's position was very high, and he had done a lot of hard work. But he chose to become Li Tianlan's enemy. The termination plan was against Wang Yuetong. The battle in North Sea seemed to be against North Sea, but in fact, it was also against Emperor Dong's palace. Li Tianlan could not tolerate all of this. So Li Tianlan wanted to retaliate against Qin Fengqing in the cruelest, coldest, and most gloomy way. He wanted everyone to see what would happen to those who went against Emperor Dong's palace. Since the rise of Emperor Dong's palace, Qin Fengqing was the first opponent with enough qualifications and status. Li Tianlan needed to build the deterrent force of Emperor Dong's palace with his and his family's blood and lives. Put it down gently. It seemed reasonable, but it was not in line with the future of Emperor Dong's palace. What Li Tianlan wanted to do in Yuzhou this time was to be unreasonable. Li Tianlan took out a cigarette and suddenly said, I'm hungry. Order something to eat. Shall I order something? Qin Weibai, who was sitting next to Li Tianlan, stood up with a smile. The food and drink in Hidden Dragon Sea was very rich, but if they only ordered according to the specifications of working meals, everything would be simple. No need. Li Huaqing smiled and said, let Ma Si go. He reached out to touch the call button beside him, but suddenly there was a gentle knock on the door. Ma Si walked in and reported softly, President, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has left. Li Huaqing glanced at Ma Si with some doubts. Chen Fengqing did not follow in, so he would not stand outside all the time. It was natural for him to leave. Ma Si glanced at Li Tianlan and hesitated. Say it. Don't be so hesitant. Li Huaqing shook his head. Well, the Prime Minister returned to his office, sorted out a lot of documents, and then left the office. Look at the direction. After a pause, Ma Si looked at Li Huaqing's face and whispered, look at the direction, the Prime Minister should be going to the office of the Vice Minister, Hua Zhenyang. Li Tianlan lowered his head, and his eyes suddenly became a little fierce. Li Huaqing narrowed his eyes. He nodded and said, I see. You inform the canteen to make a few dishes for dinner. Ma Si nodded and closed the door again. At the same time, in the Hidden Dragon Sea, Chen Fengqing came to the door of the Winter Pavilion with a big box full of documents. The Winter Pavilion was the residence and office of Hua Zhenyang, the Vice Minister of Zhongzhou State. Perhaps for the sake of convenient communication, it was very close to the Green Flower Hall where Chen Fengqing lived. When Chen Fengqing walked over, he just paused outside the door and then walked straight in. Prime Minister. The secretary, who had obviously noticed Chen Fengqing, stood up and smiled respectfully. Chen Fengqing nodded and asked directly, is Comrade Zhenyang here? The secretary would have noticed him on his way here. In the past, Hua Zhenyang should have come out to greet him. But now, Chen Fengqing laughed at himself and didn't bother to care about it. But what he didn't expect was the secretary's answer. The secretary's voice was still respectful, with an obvious apology. Prime Minister, I'm sorry. Vice Minister Hua is not feeling well today. He went to the backyard to sleep an hour ago. Chen Fengqing was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked at the door behind the secretary. A little light came through the crack in the door. It was quiet inside the door. Chen Fengqing was silent for a long time. There was obviously someone in the office behind the secretary. This was the office of the Vice Minister of Zhongzhou State. If he was not inside, who could go in? Who dared to go in? And the secretary was sitting here at this time. If Hua Zhenyang was already resting, why was he sitting here? Everyone could figure out what was going on, and they would also understand Hua Zhenyang's subtext. That was, he didn't want to see him. The reason for the other party's refusal was not clever, but it was very clear. Chen Fengqing spoke slowly and emphasized again, it's a very important matter. I'm sorry, Prime Minister. Vice Minister Hua is really not feeling well today. How about another day? The apology on the secretary's face became more obvious. Chen Fengqing glanced at the closed door again, nodded, and said, got it. Then he turned and left the Winter Pavilion without looking back. The secretary saw him out and watched his figure go away in the night and snow. He took out his mobile phone and made a call, seemingly to call the driver. The secretary let out a sigh of relief, turned back, and gently pushed the office door open. Vice Minister, the Prime Minister has left. The secretary said softly. Hua Zhenyang stood in the office and was practicing calligraphy. When he heard the words, he paused for a moment. A drop of ink fell from the tip of the brush onto the snow-white rice paper, leaving a dark stain. I see. The brush fell. Hua Zhenyang said calmly. Chen Fengqing walked back to Qinghua Hall again. The black Hongqi car was parked in front of the door. The driver stood in front of the door, watched Chen Fengqing come over with a box, and gently opened the door for him. Chen Fengqing sat in the car, patted the box, and closed his eyes. "Prime Minister, where to?" the driver asked as he started the car. After a moment of silence, Chen Fengqing said lightly, "To Building 11 of Dragon Lake Park." Building 11 of Dragon Lake Park. The driver was obviously stunned for a moment. He seemed to be a little suspicious, and repeated again, "Building 11? Chen Fengqing closed his eyes and said softly, "Yes." Chapter 1076. The black-red flag slowly drove out of the hidden Dragon Sea in the night. Yuzhou City was brightly lit. The gorgeous light shone in the closed car, which was a little hazy and psychedelic. The driver, Old Gao, drove the car steadily. From time to time, he quickly glanced at Chen Fengqing, who was sitting in the back row with his eyes closed. Old Gao's heart was in turmoil. He was a little uneasy, a little excited, and a little hesitant. No matter what, the chauffeur of the leader could see the situation better than most people. Who the leader was talking to, how the mood was after the conversation, and even what they were talking about. From these, it was easy for the chauffeur to infer some things and roughly understand the invisible but distinct barriers between the major groups. Chen Fengqing was in a very difficult situation these days. Old Gao saw all of this. It was not easy to be a leader, and all aspects would also affect the people around him. Old Gao also suffered a lot during this time. Because of this, he felt a little incredible about the destination of Chen Fengqing's trip. Building number 11 in Dragon Lake Park. In Old Gao's mind, Chen Fengqing might go anywhere now, but he would not go to building number 11 in any case, and he should not go there. Dragon Lake Park was not too far from the hidden Dragon Sea, and it was not open to the public. In the huge park, dozens of villas were sporadically dotted among the green mountains and rivers. They were the residences specially built by Zhongzhou State for the sitting MPs, retired MPs, state advisors, and other leaders of Zhongzhou State. Building number 11 was Villa number 11. The owner of this place was not close to Chen Fengqing at all. In the current situation, he could even be said to be an enemy. This was the residence of Wu Jingmin, a member of Zhongzhou State and the deputy prime minister of the cabinet. It was said that he was the firmest supporter of the young emperor of Tiannan. Many policies implemented in recent years were obviously taken care of Tiannan. Most of the support in funds and resources was handled by him. It was said that the young emperor of Tiannan had already established a new group. After the election, Wu Jingmin, who should have retired due to his age, would continue to wield even more power. He might even become a director. If that was the case, he would become the supreme leader and flag bearer of the new group. In any case, the leader sitting in the back row would not be a friend of Wu Jingmin. What is the prime minister doing here so late? Old Gao thought silently. The red flag passed through the brilliant lights and gradually approached the heavily guarded Dragon Lake Park. After passing the checkpoint and showing their identification, the car went up the winding and smooth road. In the back of the car, Chen Fengqing opened his eyes and wound down the window. The chilly night wind poured into the car, blowing up Chen Fengqing's grizzled hair. The persistent headache began to subside, and his consciousness also became clearer. Wu Jingmin, he silently thought about this person, and the memories in his mind were more than most of the others. Scenes after scenes flashed through his mind. Chen Fengqing grabbed the box beside him and took a deep breath. The headache became more and more intense. However, he had completely calmed down. The car stopped in front of Villa 11. The villa was lit up. Wu Jingmin, who was older than Chen Fengqing but looked more energetic, was already standing at the door, welcoming them with a smile. The most praiseworthy thing about Wu Jingmin was that he abided by the rules, but it was also the most troublesome thing about him. The Li family had been desolate for more than 20 years, and he had defended Jiangxia alone until Li Tianlan appeared. Jiangxia could be regarded as the base camp of the Li family. Such persistence had an absolute relationship with his absolutely stable style of doing things and excellent personal integrity. For so many years, Wu Jingmin was either radical or conservative, strong or conciliatory. Every time, he was reasonable and well-founded. He and Li Tianlan were of different ages and styles of doing things. Li Tianlan could point to Chen Fengqing and ask him what he was, which was young and aggressive. However, no matter what kind of opponent Wu Zhengmin faced, he would correct his attitude and be calm. The car stopped beside the street lamp in front of the door. Wu Zhengmin, who was ready to rest, had changed his clothes. He took the initiative to take 2 steps and shook hands with Chen Fengqing, who got out of the car. There was no contempt or sarcasm in his smile, and he said in a gentle voice, "Hello, Prime Minister." Chen Fengqing shook Wu Zhengmin's hand hard and did not respond to the somewhat condescending comrade Wu Zhengmin. He looked at the old man in front of him who was 6 years older than him, and his eyes were a little dazed. Perhaps there was no hope of looking forward, so at this moment, his mind was flashing with all kinds of past. "Speaker Wu, you are old," Chen Fengqing said softly, and then smiled. "I am also old." Wu Zhengmin was stunned. Mayor Wu, this title with the power of time seemed to pull him back to decades ago. Yes, decades ago, when Wu Zhengmin had just emerged, he used to be the mayor of a city in Qinzhou province, and at that time, Chen Fengqing was the deputy mayor of that city. To a certain extent, many years ago, the two of them had worked together. At that time, Chen Fengqing was still Wu Zhengmin's direct subordinate. Just like now, the two of them were both in the cabinet, but their positions had been swapped, and Chen Fengqing was walking in front. Wu Zhengmin's eyes were obviously filled with memories. Decades ago, about 40 years ago, although he had already emerged at that time, he had not really received the attention of the Southeast group. At that time, Chen Fengqing did not have any obvious traces of the group. At that time, it was the time when Wu Zhengmin was in high spirits. Chen Fengqing was young, capable, bold, farsighted, and down-to-earth in doing things. Soon, he attracted Wu Zhengmin's attention, and he was recommended to the provincial council, and he was appointed as the deputy mayor of that city. At that time, the two of them could be said to work together extremely well. However, in private, the two of them were obviously not slick people, so their personal relationship was not good. With the assistance of Chen Fengqing, Wu Zhengmin's work was very smooth. He sorted out the work of the municipal government, and then began the bold construction reform. It was from that time that Wu Zhengmin officially came into the sight of the Southeast group. Shortly after Li Honghe came down for an inspection, Wu Zhengmin became the speaker from the mayor, and Chen Fengqing directly became the mayor from the deputy mayor of the council. The usual phenomenon that the first and second leaders had their own thoughts did not happen. The two of them still worked together and shone in their respective fields. At that time, Qinzhou province was different from what it was now. Today, Qinzhou was already the backyard of the giant group, but at that time, Qinzhou was in the intertwined situation of the giant group, the Southeast group, and the Prince group. In such a complicated political environment, the rapid development of the small city in Qinzhou attracted the attention of countless people. Wu Zhengmin began to become important in the Southeast group. At the same time, many people began to contact Chen Fengqing. People from the Southeast group, the giant group, and the Prince group all contacted him. However, there was an unspoken rule that could not be regarded as a rule. It had always existed in Zhongzhou state, from the country to the provinces, and from the cities and counties. The focus of this election was Wen Siyuan and Hua Zhenyang. Hua Zhenyang's biggest disadvantage was Li Huacheng. Li Huacheng was the president and came from the academics, so many people did not want to see Hua Zhenyang, who also came from the academics, become the prime minister of Zhongzhou state. This was a good thing for the academy, but for others, it was a real scruple. The first and second leaders were completely in the same position and were highly consistent. Most people did not want to see such a strong force. As for each province, except for those like Northeast, Beihai, Jiangxia, Tianfu, and Zhongyuan, which were the backyard of the major groups to cultivate their own talents, in most provinces, the speaker and the governor would not come from the same group. Each of the major groups had their own forces in different provinces. Some groups had a great advantage in terms of power, so that province would become their backyard in the conventional sense. However, there would always be different voices and different standpoints. Other than some core foundational provinces, there was no province that truly only had one kind of power. It was the same for the provinces and the cities and counties. In those days, the three major groups had contact with Qin Fangqing. At that time, the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai were still in the same boat. It was no exaggeration to say that the southeast group was Qin Fangqing's best choice at that time. Further, the olive branch of the southeast group was what Qin Fangqing desired the most. But he finally chose the prince group. The reason? The main reason was for the hidden rule. Or, it was for more than 6 million people in the 3 districts and 11 counties of that city. If he had chosen the southeast group, then Wu Zhengmin and himself, who were also from the southeast group, would inevitably be transferred away in the near future. Judging from the situation in Qinzhou at that time, those who could go to that city to partner with him or Wu Zhengmin did not agree with their idea of developing the city. But the foundation of that city had been laid. The curve of the city finance was like a roller coaster, with big profits and big profits. All kinds of investments bloomed everywhere. At the same time, the various mortgages in the city and the funds raised by the people also reached an extremely terrifying number. That period was the most critical period for that city. Wu Zhengmin and Qin Fangqing cooperated best. If either of them were to leave, it would cause turmoil in the situation. If another person who did not agree with their concept of development came, it would affect the whole situation. In the end, there might be unimaginable chaos, which would then lead to an incomparably huge social problem. At that time, the future of that city would be destroyed, and the future of the two would also be destroyed. So Qin Fangqing chose the prince group, which was second only to the southeast group at that time, and successfully stayed. Such a choice, no matter whether it was right or wrong, at least bought nearly 4 years for him and Wu Zhengmin. In those 4 years, that city quickly established everything and walked on the most correct path. 4 years later, Wu Zhengmin was transferred from Qinzhou to Minnan. In the following years, Qin Fangqing was transferred from Qinzhou to Tianfu. Then, Wu Zhengmin went from Minnan to Jiangxia, and Qin Fangqing went from Tianfu to the southwest. The two dazzling stars of that era gradually drifted away and never worked together again. Wu Zhengmin rose from Jiangxia and became the speaker of Jiangxia. The Li family collapsed, and he was firmly fixed on the position of the speaker of Jiangxia. For decades, he did not advance or retreat, and he was as stable as a rock. Qin Fangqing rushed out of Tiannan, entered Yuzhou, entered the cabinet, and became the prime minister. The different trajectories were getting farther and farther away, and the tacit understanding between the two seemed to be fading. However, the city that they had once developed reasonably was left behind. The city located in the hinterland of Qinchuan, 800 miles away, was thriving. The two silently watched its development get better and better. The city, known as the first capital in the world, gradually became the new provincial capital of Qinzhou and a dazzling pearl in the central area of Zhongzhou state, blooming the light that the two of them had condensed for several years. That was an extremely beautiful memory. Wu Zhengmin was silent for a long time before he patted Qin Fangqing's arm hard and said with some emotion, "Yes, I'm old, and my hair is white." At this moment, looking at the prime minister who was at the end of his rope, he was reminded of the young man who excitedly talked about the country with him decades ago. He was full of energy, high-spirited, and ambitious as he planned the city. The past was like smoke, vivid in his mind. Once again, he thought of the question that he had thought about countless times. If Qin Fangqing had chosen the southeast group, with his ability, he would have been highly valued by Li Honghe. If Qin Fangqing had chosen the southeast group, in that era, the Li family would have had 2 incomparably brilliant stars. The Li family's Gemini stars, maybe the treason case would not have happened. Maybe, there were too many maybes, too many ifs. But they all became the reality. There were no ifs. No one would have thought that the choice back then would bring Qin Fangqing to the present situation. Similarly, no one would have thought that when Qin Fangqing, who had surpassed the old leader one step ahead, was in a hopeless situation, his old leader came back from the dead and returned to the power center, and was still thriving. Life was like a drama, with ups and downs. Every rise and fall was fate. Wu Jingmin smiled and reached out sideways. Please come in. Chen Fengqing's eyes seemed to become warm quietly. He held the suitcase tightly in one hand and walked into the villa with Wu Jingmin. Wu Jingmin made a pot of Yuzhou scented tea for him, and the fragrance was overflowing. He sat opposite Chen Fengqing, pushed the cigarette in front of him to him, and said with a smile, catching up. Naturally, casually, and straightforwardly. Everything felt like it was yesterday. The tacit understanding that they thought had faded did not fade, but the two of them deliberately hid it. Now, with the change of mentality, everything Wu Jingmin did was no different from what he did decades ago. In the living room, the figures of the two old men seemed to go back in time and return to the office decades ago, which was far less luxurious than it was now. Chen Fengqing's headache seemed to have eased a lot. He smiled, took out a cigarette, lit it, and whispered, "Business." Wu Jingmin nodded and continued to wait for Chen Fengqing to speak. Chen Fengqing opened the suitcase. Inside the box were stacks upon stacks of documents. I've sorted them out in recent years. Chen Fengqing smiled and said, I've put forward some bills at the cabinet meeting. Well, you should know about them in the past 2 years. Chen Fengqing said with a wider smile. This might be the reason why he came here without hesitation after not seeing Hua Zhenyang. Wu Jingmin had been in the cabinet for more than 2 years. Others might not have noticed it, but Chen Fengqing remembered it clearly. Because of their different positions, the contradiction between the two would become very sharp. However, Wu Jingmin had never opposed the proposals that Chen Fengqing put forward at the cabinet meeting. Instead, he would try his best to support them. The development of the two was really consistent to some extent. I still remember. Wu Jingmin nodded and said, in fact, even if the bill was rejected, I don't think you're wrong. It's just that the time is not right. It takes time. Yes. Chen Fengqing said softly, sometimes, I'm a little impatient. 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute. Wu Jingmin said with a smile. Chen Fengqing raised the corner of his mouth in self-mockery and said with some regret, unfortunately, I don't have time. So I brought all these here today, and I can only ask you to help me. Wu Jingmin did not speak. He knew that Chen Fengqing did not mean to ask him to plead for Li Tianlan. And it was impossible for Wu Jingmin to plead for Chen Fengqing. In fact, if he spoke, Li Tianlan might be unhappy, but he would give Wu Jingmin face after all. But the biggest degree of this face was to spare Chen Fengqing's life. This life meant nothing to Chen Fengqing now. These are some proposals about new energy. This is about the reform of the cabinet system. The reform of education and healthcare. This is a detailed plan for the real estate industry. These are some measures to reduce the burden on farmers. Chen Fengqing took out one document after another and placed them in front of Wu Jingmin like a hill. Many of the documents were never taken out by Chen Fengqing at the cabinet meeting, but they were extremely precious. They were the condensation of all his wisdom and efforts. Chen Fengqing introduced them tirelessly. Time gradually passed in his voice. The night was getting darker. Wu Jingmin was in high spirits. Chen Fengqing's voice was calm and peaceful, with trust. He knew Wu Jingmin. Maybe it was Wu Jingmin decades ago. But he believed that there were always some characteristics that time could not wash away. He could work hard for the Li family for decades. Then he could also do his best for Zhongzhou state. It was not until nearly 4:00 in the night that Chen Fengqing finished saying everything he wanted to say. He put all the materials back into the box, took away 2 proposals that were really not very mature, and then handed the whole box to Wu Jingmin. Wu Jingmin took it with both hands with a solemn face. The two of them shook hands tightly. Want to have some supper? Wu Jingmin smiled and looked at his watch again. It should be breakfast now. Forget it. Chen Fengqing shook his head. I'll go back now. I'll go around the Hidden Dragon Sea and eat something by the way. I like the tofu pudding in the Hidden Dragon Sea. It's better than here. Wu Jingmin laughed and looked at Chen Fengqing. He saw relaxation and endless calmness in his eyes. Until now, I can say that I have really done everything I can for Zhongzhou State. Chen Fangqing laughed. Whether it's merits or demerits, let the later generations judge. He let go of Wu Zhengmin's palm. Let's go. You don't have to see me off. Wu Zhengmin insisted on seeing him out of the villa. Chen Fangqing walked to his car in the night without looking back. He casually waved his hand behind him and then walked forward calmly. He walked to his own doomsday. Chapter 1077. It was early morning in the Hidden Dragon Sea, and everything was quiet. When the car passed the first checkpoint in the Hidden Dragon Sea, snowflakes fell over Yuzhou again. The snowflakes were like stars, getting bigger and bigger. When the car officially entered the gate of the Hidden Dragon Sea, there was a faint layer of white on the main road that had been cleaned. His head began to hurt again. Chen Fangqing rubbed his forehead hard, and his body trembled a little. He had had a headache for several years. The most advice his private doctor gave him was that he should rest more, pay attention to his diet and lifestyle, and smoke less. However, in his position, he couldn't do these seemingly reasonable and common suggestions at all. As the business became more and more heavy recently, he began to take painkillers. However, the pain kept getting worse, and it seemed that even painkillers had lost their effect. Stop the car. Chen Fangqing ordered in a low voice. The black-red flag stopped on the main road of the Hidden Dragon Sea, which was covered with snow. Chen Fangqing opened the door. The cold wind blew in, and his headache was slightly relieved. He felt much better. Xiao Gao, thank you for your hard work tonight. Chen Fangqing glanced at the driver. Go back. I'll take a walk outside and wake up. His voice was a little weak. The driver, old Gao, glanced at him worriedly. Chen Fangqing got out of the car and waved at old Gao again. He was very persistent. Old Gao nodded and didn't say anything. The red flag slowly moved away from Chen Fangqing. The boundless cold and the messy snow completely surrounded Chen Fangqing. In the winter morning of Yuzhou, it was very late. As the car left, there were only cold street lights and flying snow in front of Chen Fangqing. He stood in the faint light for a long time before he walked slowly on the snow, looking a little bleak and lonely. Chen Fangqing wandered aimlessly. Chen Fangqing chatted with Wu Zhengmin for nearly a night and talked about a lot of things. He talked about the macroscopic general direction, the subtle regulation, and various fields of Zhongzhou State. Chen Fangqing told him everything he knew. The fields he thought about were the fields that Zhongzhou State needed to change at present. In other words, after he handed those things over to Wu Zhengmin, some of them would soon come in handy. There were a few new policies that needed to be implemented urgently. However, the situation before the election was chaotic and Chen Fangqing was in an extremely passive situation, so he had no choice but to suppress it. Now that those things were handed over to Wu Zhengmin, he believed that Wu Zhengmin would be able to use them very soon. His position was basically set in stone, and there was not much competitive pressure. Naturally, no one would deliberately become enemies with him. There was no need to wait for the election. At the next cabinet meeting, he would have a high chance of passing if he proposed it. By the time those policies were truly effective, Chen Fangqing would have long been deliberately forgotten. Those things would naturally become Wu Zhengmin's resources and achievements, and then reputation. He originally planned to give this reputation to Hua Zhenyang to help him, but now, Chen Fangqing shook his head. His heart seemed to have truly relaxed. The cold wind whistled around him, and the speed at which his headache subsided was increasing. All the burdens had been completely removed overnight. He began to face his own fate with an incomparably calm attitude, facing his own life and death. Really, there was nothing else that he needed to do. He told himself this with certainty. In the last years of his political life, this chapter is not over, please turn the page. He mobilized countless resources and paid most of the chips to do one more thing for Zhongzhou State, but he reaped an extremely tragic failure. He was unwilling, confused, disappointed, angry, and even afraid. But everything was a foregone conclusion. He handed over the future plan of Zhongzhou State, which was his last political wealth. The coordination between the academics and the prince group in the future would mainly be done by Guo Wentian. The only thing he needed to do was to find a suitable opportunity to express his attitude in the next few days. It was an attitude that was better than silence, but it wasn't that much better. It was dispensable. Next, it was time for him to retire early. Retirement, then waiting for the butcher's knife of Emperor Dong's palace, and then death. Qin Fengqing walked silently in the Hidden Dragon Sea at night, bathed in the wind and snow. This place was called Hidden Dragon Sea, however, the so-called Hidden Dragon Sea and Dragon Sea were just a lake. The lake water had been frozen in the winter of Yuzhou province and was covered with snow, which looked as soft as a piece of snow-white silk. Most of the trees around the lake had withered, and the dry branches were swaying in the wind and snow. The still lush pines and cypresses were covered with snow, which looked a little unreal. Qin Fengqing walked almost all over the Hidden Dragon Sea along the shore of the lake. The conference room, the big conference room, the golden autumn garden, the cold winter pavilion, the purple light platform, for 10 years, to be exact, 15 years, every inch of land here had his memories. Qin Fengqing walked very slowly, as if he was carefully measuring the power center of Zhongzhou State. His footsteps crunched in the thicker and thicker snow. His eyes were calm, with a touch of faint but extremely dignified affection. The footprints on the shore of the lake were connected. The sky of Yuzhou was still dark. The cold lights were shining, and the world was silent. Qin Fengqing's figure walked into the small restaurant that was open 24 hours a day in the Hidden Dragon Sea. His face was a little pale because of walking outside for a long time. Sitting in the chair, he trembled slightly. It took him 3 or 4 minutes to dispel the chill on his body. "Good morning, Prime Minister." The young staff trotted over with real respect and said with a smile, "What would you like to eat?" "Still the same." Qin Fengqing replied with a and said with a smile, "One more." "The Prime Minister is hungry. Please wait a moment." The staff nodded with a smile and walked into the backstage. In the face of the Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State, he was obviously not very formal. In fact, outside of work, his character had always been extremely gentle. Among all the directors of Zhongzhou State, those who came to the restaurant in the middle of the night or came to the restaurant to order food were basically Qin Fengqing or the people in Qin Fengqing's office. Gradually, the night staff in the restaurant might be a small group of people who were most familiar with him except for the secretary. The tofu pudding and youtiao were soon served. Facing the breakfast that he had not been tired of for many years, Qin Fengqing didn't know why he suddenly felt that this meal was particularly delicious. His headache seemed to be completely relieved when he ate. It might also be the painkillers played a role. Qin Fengqing had a good appetite. After drinking 2 bowls of tofu pudding and eating 3 youtiao, he stood up contentedly and wrapped the remaining youtiao in a paper bag. He planned to eat it casually after getting up at noon. After saying goodbye to the staff, Qin Fengqing slowly walked out of the restaurant with the youtiao in the paper bag. The increasing snowstorm quickly drowned Qin Fengqing's figure. In the incomparably wide field of view of the Hidden Dragon Sea, the lights were cold, the wind and snow were all over the sky. This chapter is not over, please turn the page. Stumbling. After seeing them off, Li Huacheng, who had not slept all night, stood in front of his window and quietly looked at the extremely blurred figure in the wind and snow. There was no light in the warm room. His body was motionless, like a statue standing in front of the window. The room was quiet. Until Li Huacheng took the initiative to break the silence. "The last time I saw a similar figure was more than 20 years ago, also in this place, also in a snowstorm, also in the early morning." Li Huacheng suddenly said. "More than 20 years ago." Beside Li Huacheng stood a man who looked less than 40 years old, between a young man and a middle-aged man. His appearance was blurred in the darkness, but his posture was extremely straight. He was also looking at the figure, then quickly glanced at Li Huacheng and said with a smile, "Dad, more than 20 years ago, you were still in Liaodong, weren't you?" Li Huacheng also smiled and looked at his son. His son was called Li Xiuqi. He did not engage in politics, but was a major general in the Zhongzhou Navy. It was rare for him to have a holiday. Soon after Li Tianlan left, he returned to the Hidden Dragon Sea. The father and son talked all night and happened to see Qin Fangqing at this time. Maybe it's a coincidence. Li Huaqing whispered, more than 20 years ago, I was the deputy governor of Liaodong. At that time, I had a meeting in Yuzhou. Prime Minister Chen was very interested in some of my views and asked me to stay in the Hidden Dragon Sea to talk all night. About this time, I saw the picture of Senior Li leaving the Hidden Dragon Sea in Qinghua Hall. I still remember that at that time, Chen bowed deeply to Senior Li's back, and then he told me that an era was over. Li Xiuqi was in a daze. He knew who the Qin Xiang his father was talking about was. Although the old man was from the Southeast Group, to a certain extent, Li Huaqing was indebted to him. Before Qin Xiang died, Li Huaqing would basically visit him on New Year's Eve, even after he became the president. And Senior Li, he was probably Li Honghe, the war god of Zhongzhou state more than 20 years ago. In the past 15 years, from the vice president to the president, I've seen a lot of people leave and seen a lot of people's backs. Some were lonely, some were reluctant, some were regretful, some were guilty, some were relaxed. Li Huaqing shook his head. But the thing that left the deepest impression on me was still old Li's back that year. The unprecedented failure that caught him off guard, the end of the road, the end of the road. He had some regrets, but he still had the freedom to let go of everything. There was an obvious light of memory in his eyes. That back, I want to call it wisdom. Li Huaqing laughed at himself and said, I thought I couldn't see it, but today, Qin Fangqing's back became more and more blurred in the wind and snow. I saw it again, Li Huaqing murmured to himself. Li Xiuqi hesitated and whispered, I heard that the Prime Minister had the opportunity to join the Southeast Group, and even Senior Li met the Prime Minister in person. How can there be so many if? Li Huaqing shook his head slightly. He and Wu Jingmin didn't let Qinzhou down. It sounded like half a sentence. But it was the most complete sentence. Because there was no need to say the second half of the sentence. Qin Fangqing's back completely disappeared from sight. Li Huaqing looked at his watch, walked behind his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed Hua Xingyang's number. While waiting for the phone to be connected, he looked at the wind and snow sweeping the world outside the window again and whispered, It's all over. End of this chapter. Chapter 1078. By the time Hua Xingyang arrived at the Golden Autumn Pavilion, there was already a faint light in the sky. He carried 2 portions of breakfast, shook off the snow on his body, and laughed heartily. President, these are freshly cooked buns. Do you want to try them? Li Huaqing smiled and nodded. He put down the internal reference document in his hand and went to the dining room. Hua Xingyang hurriedly poured some vinegar and began to make soup. His movements were natural. Li Huaqing smiled as he watched Hua Xingyang busy himself. Are you in a good mood? I like snow. Hua Xingyang laughed and said, Every time it snows, it reminds me of my hometown. I haven't been back for many years. Some time ago, someone from my hometown came to visit me and gave me 2 ginseng. I made 2 bottles of wine. I'll bring you a bottle later. Li Huaqing nodded and took a bite of the bun. It was different from Qin Fangqing and Guo Wendian of the Prince Group. He was also different from Wan Qingyun and Ji Wenzhang of the Southeast Group. The relationship between Li Huaqing and Hua Xingyang was even different from that between Dongqing Wudi and Zhou Mulan in the Giant Group. In front of Li Huaqing, Zhuang Huayang's carefree attitude always carried a clear hint of respect and deference, which included deep gratitude, admiration, awe, and intimacy. The leaders of the other corporations might have different positions, but they treated each other equally. Only Hua Xingyang was like a subordinate in front of Li Huaqing. In fact, the two of them had a clear relationship of superior and subordinate in their political careers. When Li Huaqing was the governor of Liaodong, Hua Xingyang was the deputy governor. When Li Huaqing was the speaker of Liaodong, Hua Xingyang was the deputy speaker. After entering Yuzhou, Li Huaqing was the vice president, and Hua Xingyang was transferred to the Ministry of Personnel as the second leader. 5 years later, Li Huaqing successfully ascended to the top, and Hua Xingyang entered the parliament and became the minister of the Ministry of Personnel of Zhongzhou State. When Li Huaqing was re-elected for the second time, Hua Xingyang entered the cabinet and became the second prime minister until now. The academics was the youngest group in Zhongzhou State except for the Special Warfare Group. Unlike the Special Warfare Group, which had an inherently flawed structure, their structure was extremely rigorous and complete. They grew from a large regional group to a ruling group that influenced the entire Zhongzhou State. Any word could be used without reservation to describe Li Huaqing, and it was no exaggeration at all. His contributions were undeniable, and he was a man of great talent and bold vision. Li Huaqing completely deserved such an evaluation. The development trajectory of the academic faction was almost the same as Li Huaqing's rise. The entire academic faction was almost carried on his shoulders by his own strength and continued to grow. His ideals influenced everyone in the academics, which made the entire academics the most energetic group among the 6 major groups. It was full of vitality. However, the short rise time also meant that the academics had shortcomings in all aspects. For example, it did not have a close enough relationship with many retired but influential old people, which was a huge disadvantage that the academics had not been able to reverse so far. Another example was that there was not enough talent reserve in too short a time, let alone a perfect promotion framework, which the academics had not completely perfected so far. When the academics transferred by Qing Qian, who was born in the giant group, to its backyard, Liaodong to serve as the speaker, it was a second move that Li Huaqing planned to perfect the promotion framework of the academics. Bai Qingqian had outstanding ability and connections, and there was no need to doubt the strength of the giant group. The two groups could cooperate at the beginning, and the academics just wanted to use Bai Qingqian to get the support of the giant group. In their original plan, in this election, they wanted to push Bai Qingqian to the position of a member of parliament of Zhongzhou State and promote in Liaodong province. In the next few years, they would work hard to stabilize this concept, so that Liaodong could get a political status similar to Wuyue, Nanyue, Beijiang, or Huading, the north, the southwest, and Yuzhou. Simply put, it was to make it a practice for the speaker of Liaodong to enter the parliament, so as to completely perfect their promotion framework. This was the goal that any group had to work hard to perfect. The so-called promotion framework, to put it bluntly, was a stable internal promotion path from an ordinary staff member to a member of parliament of Zhongzhou State. This also guaranteed that in every election, at least one member of the group would be in their own hands. His position was completely in the hands of the group, that was, it was decided internally, and other groups could not take action. Only by establishing this position could the people in this position be guaranteed to be promoted when the group encountered a major crisis, and then ensure that the voice of the group in the top class of Zhongzhou State could be heard by others. Among the 6, only the academics did not have such a position at present. The Prince Group's southwest city was held by a member of parliament, and other groups could not intervene. In addition to the southwest, the Prince Group also owned Beijiang. The southeast group was even more excessive before. It held Beihai, Huading, and Wuyue, and the leaders of these 3 places were bound to be members of parliament. Wuyue had fallen more than a decade ago, and Wuyue was now controlled by Wang Qinglei. Even so, Beihai still had Beihai province as the top of its promotion framework. The declining North Group also had Northern City in its hands. The giant group had Yuzhou and several fixed positions in the army headquarters. Even the new group had already locked in Nanyue. Only the academics' efforts in this regard in recent years had hit a wall everywhere. All the major groups were quietly squeezing the development space of the academics. Li Huaqing's initial goal was Jiangshan and Beijiang province, which seemed to be in harmony with the Prince Group but was actually alienated. However, Jiang Shan's mind was deep and unpredictable, and he had never expressed his position directly. After a few years, the academics set their eyes on Tibet. However, the situation in Tibet was complicated, and it was also difficult to be the backyard of the academics for a long time. After 10 years of games, the academics could only choose the place where it started, Liaodong. 5 years ago, Bai Qingxian was transferred to Liaodong, and then the council made a lot of big moves that were beneficial to Liaodong. A large amount of funds poured into the northeast, and Liaodong changed with each passing day. If it were not for the sudden rise of the new group, Bai Qingxian was likely to be elected as a member of parliament of Zhongzhou state in this election, and the promotion framework of the academics would have taken shape. And it would take the following time to stabilize. However, Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace broke the plan of the academics, and Li Huaqing's plan was undoubtedly ruined again. Fortunately, he would continue to be re-elected after this election, and there were still 5 years to operate. Otherwise, once he retired, although Hua Xingyang was still in power, it was really difficult for him to come up with a good solution in 5 years. At that time, the future of the academics was really a little worrying. All kinds of disadvantages always gave the emerging group the impression that although the academics was very powerful, it always lacked something. Until now, their structure was not perfect, and it could be imagined how difficult it was for Li Huaqing to rise in the beginning. Under such circumstances, it could be said that Hua Xingyang was forced by Li Huaqing to make an exception and promote him. For Hua Xingyang himself, Li Huaqing had an incomparable position in his heart. He was like a brother, a mentor, a guide, and even a father-like role. Although the age difference between the two was less than 10 years. From the original Liaodong to the current Hidden Dragon Sea, no matter where Hua Xingyang was, he always regarded Li Huaqing as the most respected leader. He regarded Li Huaqing as the most respectable leader, and he was always respectful. Last night, the Prime Minister talked to me about his idea. Li Huaqing ate a bun and said slowly, for him, the situation is now out of control, and he is ready to accept the current situation. Hua Xingyang looked at Li Huaqing in surprise. Accept the current situation? He was not familiar with Li Tianlan, but now the whole world knew Li Tianlan's character. How sensitive the election of Zhongzhou state was, and how crucial the emergence of the new group was, had now become the focus of attention of all countries in the world. Under such circumstances, Chen Fengqing was ready to accept the situation, which meant that he accepted death, and it was not only his death. Li Huaqing saw Hua Xingyang's surprised look, and he was also a little surprised. You don't know? Hua Xingyang shook his head in confusion, and said with a smile, although the Prime Minister doesn't have many chances now, there is always room for struggle. At the very least, he should be able to negotiate terms. Judging from his past behavior, he shouldn't give up so easily. Simple giving up, Li Huaqing murmured to himself, and then shook his head. It's not simple at all. He held the bun, and it was a little tasteless. From a personal point of view, Chen Fengqing did have the possibility to struggle, but from the overall situation, accepting this outcome was the most stable way. Chen Fengqing's giving up was not simple, not at all. He thought silently, and suddenly asked, didn't he tell you his plan last night? He and Guo Wentian have reached a consensus, and the Prince Group has decided to fully support you in controlling the cabinet. What did you talk about last night? Hua Xingyang's hand holding the soybean milk suddenly froze in place. His expression completely froze in an instant. His thoughts seemed to go back to a few hours ago. At that time, he was practicing handwriting in his office. And Chen Fengqing was standing outside, wanting to meet him. How did he get the secretary to respond? There was a clear trace of embarrassment on Hua Xingyang's face. He finally realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? Li Huaqing looked at him and asked. He received the news last night that Chen Fengqing went to see Hua Xingyang, but at that time, Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai were still there. Li Huaqing had no time to care about the conversation over there and subconsciously ignored the question. Didn't he go to see you last night? What did you talk about? Li Huaqing asked again. Hua Xingyang opened his mouth and finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't see him last night. Silence. Li Huaqing was completely silent. He looked at Hua Xingyang and didn't speak for a long time. He knew what kind of person Hua Xingyang was, so he didn't need to ask the reason to know why Hua Xingyang didn't want to see him. Chen Fengqing didn't appear in the Hidden Dragon Sea until morning, which meant that after not seeing Hua Zhenyang, Chen Fengqing went to see someone else. Who? Who else could he find? The cabinet was now the top structure, with 1 prime minister, 1 deputy prime minister, and 3 deputy prime ministers. After this election, Chen Fengqing would not stay, and 2 of the 3 deputy prime ministers would also retire. Hua Zhenyang didn't see Chen Fengqing, so there was only one person Chen Fengqing had to see. Deputy Prime Minister Wu Zhengmin. Li Huaqing put down the steamed bun in his hand and said softly, "Did he go to Zhengmin's place last night?" Hua Zhenyang also thought of this problem. His face changed, and he looked a little embarrassed. "Zhenyang, don't be silly." Li Huaqing shook his head in disappointment. "No matter what, there will always be a boundary between you and him, but why?" He shook his head halfway and said, "What are you worried about?" Hua Zhenyang became more and more embarrassed, and he didn't say anything. After a long silence, his face suddenly changed slightly, and he said softly, "President, he went to see Deputy Prime Minister Wu Zhengmin." "Is it, you?" Li Huaqing shook his head slightly. "Don't worry about this. He's a little old. In this election, he already has the support of the new group, so he won't be a threat to you. The Prime Minister won't choose to support him, and he doesn't have that position. However, I believe that since they have met, there must be some meaning to this meeting. I'm not worried about Deputy Prime Minister Wu," Hua Zhenyang said with a wry smile. Li Huaqing still looked calm, and he said quietly, "If he chooses to support Wen Siyuan, then he should go to Wang Qingyun, Ji Wenzhang, or Yi Dongsheng. He shouldn't go to Wu Zhengmin." Hua Zhenyang thought about it, and his face softened a little. He took a sip of soy milk, hesitated, and said softly, "Should I go to visit him now?" Li Huaqing glanced at him and nodded. "You have to go, but now," he shook his head. "He should be resting now. You can go and have a look in the afternoon. You don't have to explain anything, just go there." Hua Zhenyang was a little relieved, and he nodded with a smile. In the blue flower hall that the 2 of them couldn't see, Chen Fengqing didn't rest, but he didn't work either. He didn't return to his office. Instead, he went to the backyard of the blue flower hall and sat down on his bed. He just sat there, silent, and through the open curtains, he stared blankly at the hazy light outside the window. He began to recall his life, which had lasted for 71 years. He was born in a family that wasn't very prominent. He was from the north, but he grew up in the south. When he was born, his father was the deputy director of a small county in the south. It wasn't a big position, but he still had some power in his hands. Therefore, Chen Fengqing's childhood was very stable. He didn't wander from place to place, had no hardships, and had never been bullied. When he was a teenager, his father, who was very ambitious but also tried his best to protect the family, became the director of that small county. His rank was from the deputy section to the deputy director. Chen Fengqing walked out of the county and was admitted to the best middle school in their city with his own grades. At that time and age, a father of a deputy county was obviously not a status worth showing off in the eyes of an inexperienced teenager. Chen Fengqing didn't show off, nor did he seem to be rebellious. Until now, he still felt that he was most fortunate to have met the best and most understanding teachers in middle school, so that he always had excellent grades in the 3 years of middle school. When he was in high school, Chen Fengqing's father was transferred from the county to the city as the deputy mayor and barely became a director of the city. It seemed like a promotion, but in fact, it was the result of a compromise after losing the competition. Chen Fengqing was admitted to the best high school in their province and left the city. His parents took out all their savings and bought a house in that city, which was ridiculously expensive because of education. His mother also moved there, just to take care of him in school. He learned to grow. His father's career didn't make any progress in high school. When he graduated from high school, he was admitted to one of the best universities in Zhengzhou at that time with excellent grades. At that time, his father was in a semi-retired state because of a serious liver disease. In his memory, his father's face was weathered and his sideburns were white. He spent most of his life in an official career. Chen Fengqing seemed to have never seen him in high spirits. All he saw was his father's increasingly haggard body and his stooped body. Chen Fengqing was 19 years old that year. On the day he got the university admission notice, Chen Fengqing swore in his heart that after graduation, he would buy a house for his parents in Beihai and let them live in the best environment. He applied to Beihai University in Zhengzhou. Yes, Beihai University. The Wang family of Beihai. Beihai of Beihai Province. Perhaps because of his father's influence, Chen Fengqing had decided on his future path since he was in high school. He wanted to follow his father's path and reach a high position. He wanted to use his own thoughts to change many people and many things. So he chose Beihai University. This was one of the best universities in Zhengzhou State. It might not be as popular as Huaqing University and Yuzhou University, but in the international ranking, Yuzhou University was slightly higher than Beihai University. But in the field of politics, even in the whole Zhengzhou state, no university could beat Beihai University. The philosophy of Beihai University focused on ideas, humanities, and politics. In the more than 500 years since the founding of Zhengzhou State, Beihai University had produced 3 presidents of Zhengzhou State, 11 prime ministers of Zhengzhou State, more than 20 vice ministers of Zhengzhou State, and hundreds of Zhengzhou State parliamentarians. This was a prominent university, a university that influenced the political trend of the whole Zhengzhou State. It was known as the Oxford of the East. The current directors of Zhengzhou State, Dongqing Wudi, Hua Zhengyang, Wan Qingyun, and Bai Qingqian, who was about to become a parliamentarian, all graduated from Beihai University. Many years ago, it was Chen Fengqing's dream school. He entered Beihai as he wished and successfully completed the examination for civil servants of Beihai. The civil servants of Beihai had the best welfare in the world. Every civil servant would be assigned a house of at least 80 square meters in Beihai. But Chen Fengqing finally chose to return to his hometown. His parents refused Chen Fengqing's request to settle down in Beihai. In his father's words, Beihai was good, but home was better. That was the first time he passed by Beihai. He entered the municipal government under his father's recommendation, served as a secretary in the county, went to the provincial government, and then was transferred to Qinzhou, where he met Wu Zhengmin. Chen Fengqing was 30 years old that year. At the age of 32, his father died of illness. 3 years later, he was met by Li Honghe in person and sent an invitation. He received invitations from the Giant Group, the Prince Group, and the Southeast Group. In the face of the city he was in charge of, he made a choice that he didn't know if he should regret or not. That was the second time he passed by Beihai. Then, it was a meteoric rise, a meteoric rise. Councillor of Qinzhou Province. Councillor of Talent Province. Deputy Speaker. Governor of Tianfu Province. Mayor of Sinan City. Councillor of Zhengzhou State. Speaker of Sinan City. Deputy Prime Minister of Zhengzhou State. Prime Minister of Zhengzhou State. He sang all the way. But he still didn't feel that kind of high-spirited feeling. Others had seen him working himself to the bone along the way, but he only felt that he was being cautious. He used his power and resources carefully to plan his hometown, the city he was in charge of, the province he controlled, and the country he represented. He was cautious, like walking on thin ice. 71 years of life had come to this day. Scenes flashed in front of him very clearly. Chen Fengqing sat on the bed in a daze, looking out of the window at the sky without the morning sun. The snowflakes all over the sky were dancing in the sky with cold, messy and beautiful. It was quiet. Just like every day in the past many years. He asked about his yesterday. Then he asked about his life. The first question. He felt that he had a clear conscience. He couldn't answer the second question. His heart might be extremely calm, but as he said to Wu Zhengmin, whether it was merits or demerits, only future generations could judge. Chen Fengqing stood up slowly. He drew the curtains to cover the flying snow outside the window. He took a shower casually, changed out of his pajamas, slowly lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. The headache had been relieved, and he didn't need to toss and turn. Soon, Chen Fangqing fell asleep. The world in the dream was a sunset. Chen Fangqing, who seemed to be many years younger, felt that he was standing by the lake of the hidden dragon sea and looking at the west. The splendid glow filled the world. The setting sun, which was slowly sinking in the sea of clouds, seemed to be melting bit by bit. The blood of the sun permeated the sea of clouds and the sky, turning it into an incomparably magnificent blood red. The blood red quietly occupied all the fields of vision. Finally, it turned into a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes occupied the sky in the dream and covered the sea of clouds. A pair of eyes that were cold and quiet, but extremely majestic. Those eyes were bright and calm. She looked down at the earth and the hidden dragon sea, reflecting the magnificent scene of the whole world, beautiful like a dream. Looking at those eyes, Chen Fangqing was suddenly filled with fear. His consciousness was torn apart by fear, and his complete consciousness was torn to pieces in an instant. Messy thoughts danced randomly in the dream where darkness and light intertwined. Some of them were warm, some were even scorching. The hot feeling boiled at the highest point of his consciousness. Like a speech without much warmth, it slowly slid down to the unknown. The dream was completely broken. Darkness occupied everything. In the front direction, there was a cliff of tens of thousands of feet and an endless abyss. Chen Fangqing suddenly opened his eyes. Everything familiar in the bedroom did not appear in his sight. There was darkness and nothingness in his sight. The seemingly endless darkness and nothingness filled the bedroom and filled the world. It was quiet and silent. Chen Fangqing opened his eyes quietly. The darkness and nothingness were getting closer and closer to him, like a piece of gauze, covering his body. It was also like the endless floating dust had found a home, accumulating more and more on his body. The darkness fell completely. Chen Fangqing, who was motionless, looked ahead quietly. The darkness that fell completely surged and finally drowned his body in the seemingly endless darkness and nothingness. Until eternity. Chapter 1079. Li Tianlan was still busy when the phone rang in a hurry. In the early morning of Yuzhou, the wind and snow danced wildly. It was as warm as spring in the luxurious suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Spring was in full bloom in every corner. Li Tianlan had been busy, and his day was rich. For some reason, Li Tianlan did not choose to live in the Bai family after coming to Yuzhou. He just called Dongqing Wudi, Bai Zhanfang, and Wu Jingmin respectively, and then booked a room in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. It was nearly 3:00 in the night when he returned to the hotel from the Hidden Dragon Sea. He simply had a midnight snack with Qin Weibai and took a shower. It was nearly 4:00. The battle, or one-sided conquest, began in the bathroom. The water in the bathroom splashed out of the fish tank, and 2 delicate fingerprints were left on the bathroom mirror full of steam. The torn bathrobe was thrown out of the bathroom, and the water drops on the sofa rolled slightly. Li Tianlan gently put on high heels for Qin Weibai. The crystal lamp in the living room was soft and hazy. A faint fragrance floated. In Li Tianlan's sight was the delicate, cold, and perfect face without any flaws. However, this face that he could not get enough of was obviously flushed at this time. Her eyes were blurred, and her red lips were slightly open. With some rapid breathing, there was a kind of almost fatal charm and temptation in the ethereal coldness. It was a kind of enchanting and soul-stirring after the extreme bloom. Her character made her try to maintain a reserved image after she calmed down a little. But when she saw Li Tianlan put on high heels for her with a serious face, her face became redder. Her legs were a little weak, and she was pulled into the bedroom by Li Tianlan. Her soft legs and slender high heels stepped on the floor like clouds and cotton. The bedroom echoed with a soft song that was enough to make anyone crazy. It was soft, sweet, and greasy. The voice was like melted cold water, with a little reserve and delicate, melodious. Li Tianlan felt like a tiger chasing a butterfly, and every time he had a desire to eat the goddess under him. It was no exaggeration to say that Qin Weibai's existence completely satisfied all the best and most exaggerated fantasies of Li Tianlan about the opposite sex. He was so deeply involved that he could not even extricate himself. The big soft bed seemed to be covered with snow. The snow melted on the sheets. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Li Tianlan pulled Qin Weibai out of bed. In the space on the top floor of the tallest building nearby, a streak of sword energy blocked all possible sights from the outside world. Qin Weibai held onto the window, her cheeks burning. Outside the window was the increasingly messy flying snow. It was pure white, like the best human world. From 4:00 until 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Tianlan's military exploits were outstanding. When the phone rang, Li Tianlan was in the most critical state and didn't even pay attention to it. When the slightly hoarse but sexier singing stopped, the two casually took a shower and put away the bedsheets. Then, the phone rang again. Li Tianlan, who had made great contributions, felt refreshed. However, he was too lazy to move at the moment. Qin Weibai was held in his arms in an extremely domineering manner, and his palm carelessly played with her hair. Qin Weibai, with her big, misty eyes, gently rubbed against Li Tianlan's chest and murmured something that Li Tianlan could not understand. In the spacious bedroom, the smell of ambiguity mixed with the more intense fragrance of Qin Weibai, forming a smell that gradually made one's heart beat faster. Li Tianlan was tempted again. Qin Weibai shrank in Li Tianlan's arms, covered with the quilt, and pressed one leg on him. Li Tianlan looked down at her and chuckled. "What are you doing?" Qin Weibai looked at him with her watery and bright eyes, and then gave him a hard look. "It's still early," Li Tianlan said. "Gluttony," Qin Weibai said bitterly, "you're so annoying. You only know how to bully me." Qin Weibai's palm slid down. Just as she was about to say something, the phone rang again. Li Tianlan felt a little helpless. He reached out and took the phone, only to find that it was a call from Dongqing Wudi. And the previous two calls were from Dongqing Wudi. Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed slightly and he answered the phone. "Tianlan, you just got up." On the other end of the phone, Dongqing Wudi asked with a smile. His voice sounded relaxed, but in fact, there was a well-hidden heaviness in it. Li Tianlan was a little embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to say that he had not slept all night, and it was even more inappropriate to brag that he had made great achievements last night. He subconsciously looked down at Qin Weibai. The goddess, whose face was still ruddy, glared at him weakly and gently bit his chest. "Well, I just got up," Li Tianlan responded. His palm grabbed at random on the bed and grabbed a pair of soft and delicate silk underwear. Qin Weibai, with rosy cheeks, reached out to grab it. Li Tianlan's palm shook and moved further and further away from her. Qin Weibai gradually left the quilt, and the spring scenery bloomed again. Dongqing Wudi was silent on the phone for a while. When Li Tianlan realized something, he found that Dongqing Wudi had been silent for nearly 2 minutes. "Minister?" Li Tianlan called out with some confusion. The thing in his hand was snatched away. Li Tianlan didn't mind. His arm grasped a mountain, and in a trance, he felt like he could cover the sky with one hand. Then a bomb seemed to explode directly next to his ear. Dongqing Wudi's voice sounded. "Chen Fangqing is dead." The smile on Li Tianlan's face suddenly froze. He didn't seem to hear Dongqing Wudi's words clearly. He asked again, "What did you say?" "Chen Fangqing is dead." Dongqing Wudi repeated it again. Li Tianlan was completely silent. This news had a huge impact, drowning out all other thoughts of Li Tianlan and fiercely attacking his will. Chen Fangqing, whom he had just met last night. Chen Fangqing, whom he was bound to kill. Chen Fangqing, who seemed to have reached some consensus with the academics. Dead? Li Tianlan wanted to say that it was impossible. But he also knew that Dongqing Wudi had no need to deceive him. But how could it be? Li Tianlan was silent for a full 5 minutes. Dongqing Wudi held the phone and waited for him for a full 5 minutes. Obviously, not only Li Tianlan and Dongqing Wudi, but also everyone needed to digest the sudden news for a while. Li Tianlan frowned tightly and said in a low voice, "When?" "About 3 hours ago. The body was found 90 minutes ago. An hour ago, all the counselors were notified. We had an emergency discussion and decided to spread the news to the counselors. I called you before, but no one answered. I just finished the meeting." Dongqing Wudi's voice was low. The previous call was also about an hour ago. That was to say, the council wanted to inform him as soon as they found out that Qin Fangqing was dead, but he didn't answer at that time. Li Tianlan frowned tightly and unconsciously stroked Qin Weibai's snow-white shoulder. He said in a low voice, "What's the cause of death?" "Cerebral hemorrhage." Dongqing Wudi said, "The forensic doctor has made a simple identification. The brain stem hemorrhage was very large, and the death was sudden. For the time being, we can't be sure of any external factors. According to the forensic doctor's estimation, even if he were to be resuscitated, there was basically no hope." He wanted to say something but stopped for a moment. He suddenly asked, "Did you and Boss Qin go to the Hidden Dragon Sea last night?" Li Tianlan reacted immediately. His face was a little gloomy, but it had nothing to do with Dongqing Wudi. He was thinking about the situation after that. "Department head, Xiao Bai, and I are not stupid. Yesterday was his first day in Yuzhou, and both he and Qin Weibai had seen Qin Fangqing. Less than a few hours after they met, Qin Fangqing died mysteriously. Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai both had alibis. But for someone like Li Tianlan who stood at the peak of martial arts, apart from himself, there was probably no one else in the world who could understand him in detail. He struck without batting an eyelid, causing a person to die a few hours later. Moreover, it was diagnosed as a cerebral hemorrhage. It seemed a little unbelievable. Normal martial arts couldn't do it. Even an expert at the peak of the invincible realm couldn't do it. But no one knew if Li Tianlan could do it. Wang Tianzong was missing. In the current dark world, Li Tianlan's height was almost unique and could even be said to be supreme. Moreover, Qin Weibai. Perhaps other high-level officials in Zhongzhou state didn't know. But Li Tianlan and Dongqing Wudi knew very well that in the spiritual field, Qin Weibai was the real master. There were too many mysteries and weirdness in this field. Hypnosis couldn't be explained clearly. Compared with Li Tianlan's sudden strike, Qin Weibai was more likely to give Qin Fangqing some hints without anyone noticing. Hypnosis could indeed kill a person who was not strong-willed. Qin Fangqing had been in a passive situation recently and was getting more and more desperate. His will was likely to have relaxed. It was just that most people who were killed by hypnosis committed suicide. This kind of sudden cerebral hemorrhage. How could hypnosis do it? Li Tianlan thought for a moment and said softly, "Department head, I need to think about it. I'll call you later." Dongqing Wudi replied with a and seemed to be relieved. To be honest, he really didn't worry about Qin Weibai. No one thought that the goddess, who was devastatingly beautiful, was just a vase, even if she was the most expensive and priceless vase. Her maturity and calmness in dealing with things could be described as wisdom. In the current situation, Li Tianlan was the one who made Dongqing Wudi most uneasy. Qin Fangqing's death was inevitable, but his death now was a great trouble. Qin Weibai couldn't hurt him now. But it was hard to say for Li Tianlan. He might not see those troubles, but he might not care. If it wasn't for Li Tianlan, then was Qin Fangqing's death really natural? No external factors. He silently hung up the phone. Li Tianlan thought silently for a while and lifted the quilt. Qin Weibai straightened up and still kept her kneeling position. Her moist red lips slightly pouted and she said pitifully, "My knees are uncomfortable." Li Tianlan smiled and held her in his arms. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "Qin Fangqing is dead." So fast. Qin Weibai was shocked. Her reaction also surprised Li Tianlan. The first thing Li Tianlan thought about when he got the news was how Chen Fangqing died. However, Qin Weibai's reaction was tantamount to asking why Chen Fangqing would die now. Li Tianlan frowned and asked softly, "What happened?" Qin Weibai seemed a little hesitant and confused. With some uncertainty, she said, "I don't know. After seeing him yesterday, his mental state was very unstable. I gave him a hint. Under normal circumstances, it would be very effective in stabilizing his mental state. However, that hint, to a certain extent, is equivalent to a spiritual imprint. He will slowly change in Chen Fangqing's mind." Qin Weibai frowned. To put it simply, Chen Fangqing's mental state was very bad yesterday. It could even be said that he was on the verge of a breakdown. The hint I gave him was not to restore stability, but to overdraw stability. His spirit would be stabilized under the suggestion, but it would also be equivalent to overdrawing his mental strength. As time passed, when the validity of the suggestion passed, he would show different tendencies. At first, it would be self-harm, and then it would develop into suicide. The deadline should be around half a year. "Did you decide on the spur of the moment?" Li Tianlan asked. Said. "I already had plans." Qin Weibai shook her head. Her somewhat misty and watery eyes became clear. "We can deal with the Chen family, but if we directly attack Chen Fangqing and kill him directly, even if he retreats, it will cause a very bad impact. My way is very covert. Even if others suspect something, they can't find full evidence. That spiritual hint is indeed to stabilize Chen Fangqing's spirit. Originally, the time of the hint would be up to a year, shortly after the election, but yesterday Chen Fangqing and Li Huaqing appeared together. We can't underestimate Chen Fangqing too much. He has been the prime minister for 10 years. Even if he is at the end of his rope, he is still very powerful. If he plans something with the academics, the election is likely to be variable. So I strengthened the spiritual hint and shortened it to half a year. But why did he commit suicide in one day?" "Suicide?" Li Tianlan was stunned and then shook his head. "No, this should have nothing to do with your spiritual hint. Chen Fangqing had a cerebral hemorrhage. It was a natural death caused by massive bleeding of the brain stem." Natural death, natural death. Qin Weibai and Li Tianlan's thoughts were synchronized, and they both said the word at the same time. Then, they looked at each other again. Is it really a natural death? For the time being, no one could answer this question. Li Tianlan's face was a little gloomy. Chen Fangqing's death was too sudden. He already knew what he would face next. "Let's go and have a look." Qin Weibai turned over and wanted to grab the clothes that Li Tianlan had thrown under the bed last night. "No need." Li Tianlan touched her hair. "You rest, I'll go and have a look." After a pause, he chuckled. "I guess you don't have much strength left, do you?" Qin Weibai's face turned red. She and Li Tianlan had a deep understanding of each other. Although they were not married, there was no difference between them and a real husband and wife. But in some aspects, Qin Weibai was still very reserved, the kind of reserve that Li Tianlan could not stop. Gluttony. Qin Weibai rolled her eyes at Li Tianlan and said with hatred. Then, she put the clothes that she had grabbed on the bed. Li Tianlan got out of bed and put on his clothes. Qin Weibai had already shrunk under the quilt. Her body was curled up, and only her face was exposed. The curtains were still open, and the flying snow was like goose feathers. Ruthless landed lightly on Li Tianlan's body. "I'm leaving." Li Tianlan bent down and kissed Qin Weibai's face, saying softly. The goddess, who had been gluttonous all night, tried to open her eyes and nodded in a daze. Li Tianlan turned and walked out. The sound of the door closing rang out. In a trance, it was very close and very far. Qin Weibai closed her eyes. In a trance, her consciousness seemed to enter a garden. The bright sunshine was warm and cozy. The beautiful snowflakes were dancing in the air with a soft temperature, but they did not fall to the ground. She found herself wearing a gorgeous and complicated long dress. The color and pattern of the long dress were constantly changing in the sunshine, and it was perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment. At the edge of the garden was a twisted tree. The tree seemed to be extremely old, and it was ridiculously thick. The huge canopy seemed to occupy the whole sky, leaving a large area of shade. Above the sky, the snowflakes danced with the sun, with the same temperature. The snowflakes fell slowly, but they always turned into nothingness the moment they fell to the ground. However, the snowflakes that did not fall to the ground passed through the dense canopy, leaving a large area of white under the tree, which looked a little gloomy. Under the gloomy tree sat a child who was dressed in shabby clothes. He wore a small suit full of patches and looked 8 or 9 years old. He curled up in the snow on the tree trunk, and his whole body was slowly submerged by the snow. The child held his shoulders, and his body trembled. But his eyes were extremely calm from beginning to end. Qin Weibai frowned and walked out of the garden. The garden disappeared. The child looked up and glanced at her. The calm eyes were replaced by amazement in an instant. He stared blankly, without saying a word, as if he had forgotten to speak. "You are?" Qin Weibai asked in a low voice. She was a master of spirit. Even if she was very tired now, her spirit was not weak, and she could even be said to be somewhat satisfied and excited. In such a state, even if she had a dream, she could also control her dream. The garden was something that should appear in her dream. But the tree in front of her, the dirty child, was a picture that should not have appeared. "I'm a little cold," the child whispered. Qin Weibai looked at him seriously. His face was very clear, but the perception in the dream seemed to be blocked, making the face a little blurred in her sight. When she got closer, Qin Weibai noticed that there was a wooden sword that was almost completely buried in the snow beside the child. He leaned against the thick trunk behind him, and his small body blocked the sword marks on the trunk. If she looked closely, she would find that the trunk, which was at least 500 or 600 years old, was densely covered with cracks. It seemed that there were countless sword qi, which was not strong but always repeated, piercing into the trunk, so that the trunk was always in a situation where it could collapse at any time. Qin Weibai's heart moved slightly. She seemed to understand something at this moment, but she could not believe it. Looking at the increasingly blurred face of the child, Qin Weibai breathed softly and said softly, "What's your name?" The child looked at her quietly and pursed his lips. His voice was clear and light, but the content was in line with Qin Weibai's guess. "My name is Li Tianlan." The wind and snow were dancing wildly. Above the tree. Outside the hotel. On the big bed in the hotel, Qin Weibai suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 1080. When he walked out of the hotel room, Li Tianlan had an idea and pressed the doorbell of the opposite suite. It was Xianyuan Wushang's room. To be honest, Li Tianlan didn't know what Xianyuan Wushang could do in Yuzhou, but Li Tianlan instinctively took this mysterious but intimate person with him. Chen Fengqing's death made Li Tianlan instinctively feel that Xianyuan Wushang would be useful. After all, he claimed to be an excellent doctor, and Li Tianlan had seen his means. Although his means of treatment were incredible, it could be regarded as a medical category that was temporarily incomprehensible. Chen Fengqing's death was sudden and strange. If Xianyuan Wushang could get some information from his body, it might be of great use. Xianyuan Wushang quickly opened the door. He was dressed neatly and had a kind and harmless smile. "Good morning, big brother." Li Tianlan nodded and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Xianyuan Wushang shook his head and said with a smile, "I went online last night and looked up information all night. It was very interesting. Let's go together." Li Tianlan turned to the elevator. "Come with me to a place later." "Okay." Xianyuan Wushang took the room card and closed the door without asking any questions. "What information?" "I can ask someone to find it for you." Li Tianlan asked casually as he entered the elevator. "Ah." Xianyuan Wushang laughed and said, "I need to know more about this world in many aspects. There are all kinds of information, including history, writing, international society, and even language. I can slowly look it up on the internet. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Li Tianlan took a deep look at him. For a moment, he couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Xianyuan Wushang spoke as if it was the first time he came into contact with this society. He hesitated and still didn't ask anything. If it was something that could be said, there was no need for him to deliberately not say it. The elevator went all the way down. When it was about to reach the restaurant, Li Tianlan suddenly said, "Chen Fangqing is dead." Oh. Xianyuan Wushang nodded casually. This news, which was enough to shock the whole Zhongzhou state and even cause a lot of repercussions around the world, was not as important to him as breakfast. How did he die? He asked casually. Sudden death due to cerebral hemorrhage. Li Tianlan said. The news began to spin in his mind the moment Dongqing Wudi told him, which made him a little upset. TSK, he's really unlucky. If he had met me earlier, Xianyuan Wushang sighed and shook his head. On the surface, it is indeed a cerebral hemorrhage. In a while, you will come with me to the Qin family. I need you to help me take a look and see if there is any other reason. Even if there is a trace of possibility, I want to know. Li Tianlan said slowly. Chen Fangqing's death indeed had a great influence on the new group. It seemed to be a coincidence that Chen Fangqing died less than 12 hours after Zhang Tai arrived at Yuzhou province. But things that were too coincidental always carried the color of a conspiracy. Li Tianlan didn't have to think about it to know that he was now the most suspicious target. To be honest, Li Tianlan didn't want to kill Chen Fangqing now. Although he wished Chen Fangqing could die right away, the more sensitive a matter was, the more it needed to be accepted by people. Li Tianlan's plan was to suppress Chen Fangqing's influence little by little, which would take a few months. A few months later, when everything was ready, he would force Chen Fangqing to retire due to illness and handle this matter in a high-profile manner to plant a cause. When everyone knew that he was ill, he would kill Chen Fangqing in a few months, so that he would be unable to influence the election at the most critical time and eliminate the last variable. At that time, the Prince group would have been impatient because of the pressure from the major groups and had enough psychological preparation for Chen Fangqing's death. His death would not cause too much reaction. But now Chen Fangqing suddenly died. Li Tianlan was very clear that he had never been a calm person who was good at forbearance in the impression of the high-level officials of Zhongzhou state. They would even think that he was a lunatic in some aspects. Zhongzhou state had seen his madness more than 2 years ago. Under such a preconceived impression, Chen Fangqing's sudden death, under everyone's instinct, the first suspect must be himself. Regardless of the fact, once such a suspicion appeared, it would first arouse the disgust of all the groups. The disgust of Emperor Dong's palace. Yes, all the groups. Including the academics that were cooperating, the North group that the two sides were trying to integrate, the giant group that could be said to be one of their own, the Prince group that had become an enemy, the Southeast group whose relationship was still unclear for the time being, and the Special Warfare group that was struggling to protect itself. The reason? It was very simple. Because Chen Fangqing was the Prime Minister. This was a completely different concept from 2 years ago when Li Tianlan slaughtered Qi Mulan's family. Qi Mulan was at the level of deputy governor, and he was not the head of a department. The shock caused by the destruction of his family made Li Tianlan stay in the desert prison for 2 years even with the support of the giant group and the Southeast group. What about Chen Fangqing? He was the prime minister of a country, the real spokesperson of Zhongzhou state, and the number 2 figure. His end might be miserable, or he might not be worthy of sympathy. Maybe, there were many maybes. But anyway, Chen Fangqing was the legitimate prime minister of Zhongzhou state now. If the murderer didn't pay any price when such a person was killed, then what was the meaning of the existence of Zhongzhou state? What was the meaning of the stability of Zhongzhou state? What was the meaning of the existence of high-level officials? If Chen Fangqing's death had something to do with Li Tianlan, then on the surface, no one in the whole Zhongzhou state would say a word for Li Tianlan. Even Dongqing Wudi couldn't say anything in public. This was a challenge to the cornerstone of a country and a complete subversion of all the orders. Li Tianlan ate breakfast slowly, but his eyes became more and more gloomy. There were a lot of thoughts in his mind. Qin Weibai imprinted the spiritual imprint on Qin Fangqing and stabilized his spirit. This should have nothing to do with Qin Fangqing's death, but from the perspective of the spiritual imprint, it was a coincidence. Li Tianlan didn't know much about some of the cutting-edge technologies of Zhongzhou state today. Although he knew it was impossible to tell whether a person had been hypnotized from a dead person, he couldn't be completely at ease, so he chose to take Xianyuan Wushang with him. If Xianyuan Wushang could find the traces of Qin Fangqing being hypnotized, it might mean that Zhongzhou state might also know. This matter must be eliminated quickly, so as not to arouse any unnecessary suspicion. After clearing the suspicion on Qin Weibai, it was Li Tianlan's turn. He always knew his own affairs best. Li Tianlan's breakthrough this time left a lot of doubts in martial arts, which he couldn't figure out for a while, but he roughly knew what he could do. His sword energy could make Qin Fangqing's death look like a normal cerebral hemorrhage. But it was impossible to control the time for so long and so perfect. He couldn't do it, but the key was how to explain it and whether others would believe it or not. Seriously speaking, the possibility that others would believe it was really not very big. If they didn't believe it, it meant that the Prince Group, which was caught off guard and faced with Qin Fangqing's death, would quickly react after a short period of panic and bewilderment. They should have been panicky and wavering, but they would break out a great unity because of Li Tianlan's violence and gloominess. They might even stabilize the Prince Group again with the full support of Guo Wentian. This meant that in the process of the rise of the new group, the benefits from the Prince Group would be greatly reduced. The same problem applied to the major groups. When all the suspicions pointed to Li Tianlan, the giant group, which had originally planned to join the new group to wave the flag for Emperor Dong's palace under the persuasion of Dongqing Wudi and Bai Zhanfang, was likely to hesitate. The North group, which was merging with the new group, would have even more scruples about Li Tianlan's cruelty. Military Counselor did have great influence in the North group, but such influence didn't mean that Military Counselor had any chips in his hands that could threaten the whole North group. Such influence was slowly accumulated in the long-term secret cooperation between the two sides. It was tacit understanding, sincerity, and both sides were very satisfied with the future prospects. And such a prospect would also be cast over with Qin Fangqing's death. The academics would also terminate cooperation with the new group to some extent. As for the Special Warfare Group, it was originally Li Tianlan's personal main area of influence in the future. He originally wanted to completely break up the Special Warfare Group after killing Qin Fangqing. But with Qin Fangqing's death, Li Tianlan's existence would only make them more frightened. Even if the Special Warfare Group completely fell apart and the people in the Special Warfare Group changed their allegiance, there would not be too many people who would choose Emperor Dong's palace. Li Tianlan ate breakfast and sorted out his thoughts. Then he was shocked to find that with Qin Fangqing's death, the future of the new group and Emperor Dong's palace were cast over a very heavy shadow. People in other groups would be afraid of him. However, this fear was not pure. Instead, it was mixed with disgust and rejection. Even if a new corporation were to appear, under such emotions, its scale would probably be greatly limited. At most, it would only be 2/3 of the expected size, and this was under the premise that they were lucky enough. Qin Fangqing's death is very troublesome. Li Tianlan said all of a sudden. Xianyuan Wushang nodded. As a prince, he usually studied more than medicine. It was hard to say how old he was, but objectively speaking, it was almost an eternity. He had played many roles and studied many different things. Although he did not know whether it was him or not, his consciousness had never deviated too much. Based on his experience, unless there was a new variable, Li Tianlan would face more than just trouble. Let's wait and see. Xianyuan Wushang said softly. He thought for a moment and continued, Big brother, in your current situation, the only choice is to compromise. Even if it's a temporary compromise, after all, there is still nearly a year to operate. It's not a big deal to compromise temporarily. Li Tianlan did not say anything. After a long while, he suddenly asked, "What can you see?" "I don't know." Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said, "I have to see it first. Hopefully, I can find something interesting." Li Tianlan took a deep look at him and said slowly, "Your abilities are very strange. You don't seem to be very old, so I don't know what kind of group you are. I think you can't tell me about this. However, it is obvious that you are not the strongest, and the Lin Shi you mentioned is also not the strongest. You can even be regarded as the younger generation, which means that in your group, there are people who are stronger and more comprehensive than you. So, do you have the ability to see clearly what Chen Fangqing experienced before he died?" Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a moment. "Comprehensive," he muttered to himself and shook his head slightly. "No one is comprehensive. Different people are involved in different fields. Big brother, your request involves time, which is the most basic. The requirement is very high, but it's not impossible. But from another point of view, it's also impossible." Li Tianlan felt a pain in the ass. The most critical words became a bunch of messy notes in his ears again. "What do you mean?" he asked patiently. "My father can do it." Xianyuan Wushang said slowly, "That's one of our most powerful abilities. In theory, it's equivalent to imprinting Chen Fangqing into a painting. Through it, we can see everything that happened before he died. This so-called everything was not only what he had experienced, but also what he had thought, and even what he had imagined in his consciousness. This ability will only fail for a few people, but Chen Fangqing is not one of them. My father has this ability, but the place is not right. He can't do it here." Li Tianlan was shocked. He didn't understand many things Xianyuan Wushang said, but he understood the most important sentence very clearly. Xianyuan Wushang said that his request involved time, and his father could do it. Could it be understood that Xianyuan Wushang's father could control time? Supernatural ability? The term flashed through Li Tianlan's mind, and then he asked directly. Xianyuan Wushang shook his head. "It's not supernatural ability, it's just," he scratched his head and looked a little cautious. "It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that he can't do it here." "Then where can he do it?" Li Tianlan asked immediately. If there really was such an ability, even if there were great restrictions, it would be almost heaven-defying. Li Tianlan couldn't believe it. "I can't tell." Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a moment and said softly. If Li Tianlan had felt that Xianyuan Wushang's origin was mysterious before, then this time, as Xianyuan Wushang mentioned his father, Li Tianlan began to be really curious about this group of people. "That is to say, your father's generation is much stronger than yours. Maybe not only you, but also Lin Shi's father's generation. How strong is the strongest person in your group?" Xianyuan Wushang gave Li Tianlan a strange look. He saw strong interest in Li Tianlan's eyes, as well as strong suspicion. At the same time, he also saw a very obvious fear. Xianyuan Wushang smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. "Big brother, you think too highly of us. In fact, as far as I know, including Lin Shi's father, even Lin Shi's grandfather, among all the people I've seen and heard of, my father is the strongest one. I don't know, but now I'm basically sure that it's the end, so my understanding should be correct. My father is a martial artist as well as a calligrapher. He's really strong, but when facing you here, even if he's at his peak, he won't be much stronger than you. I paid attention to the state you used to be ruthless on Mount Dibbing. That state, in our place, is called the law of swordsmanship. To be exact, it's the state when you made another breakthrough in the invincible realm and reached the peak of the so-called supreme realm, Big Brother. That's also the limit of my father's combat strength. From this point of view, if the current ruthless energy returns to its peak, your strength with ruthless is basically my father's combat strength at his peak. As for Lin Shi's father, he's also a very great figure, but the combat strength he can exert is not as good as my father's. At most, he's a little stronger than Wang Tianzong a few years ago. So specifically, in this era, Big Brother, you're invincible. When you break through again and reach the threshold of sword law, I can tell you a lot of things. I can't believe there's such a person in the world. Li Tianlan was lost in thought. Is there? Xianyuan Wushang smiled bitterly. Some people exist, but do they really exist? The Sword Dao's law that you speak of is the limit of combat power that you know? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. Yes. Xianyuan Wushang hesitated and slowly said, not really. It depends on where it is. After a moment of silence, Li Tianlan lowered his head and drank the last spoonful of soup in front of him. He stood up and said, let's go. Xianyuan Wushang followed him, following his every step. Have you ever thought about what position in Emperor Dong's palace? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. Xianyuan Wushang obviously didn't know much about the outside world. He could already understand the special nature of Qin Fengqing's case after just one night of searching. He could even infer the plan of Emperor Dong's palace from some aspects and then tell himself that the best way now was to compromise. This kind of keenness was enough to prove his ability in some aspects. After all, the existence of new groups and the Six was always very hidden, which was not something that could be found by searching on the internet. Military counselor had been talking to him about retirement. Li Tianlan thought that he could put Xianyuan Wushang with military counselor. Maybe after a few years of training, Xianyuan Wushang would become the second CEO of Emperor Dong's palace. I'll open a small clinic in Xianyuan City and be a doctor. It's good. Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said, I've already found a security guard. Xing Tian will do. Li Tianlan looked at Xianyuan Wushang and didn't speak for a while. Xing Tian was equivalent to an expert of the invincible realm, and he was an expert who was close to the peak of the invincible realm. Security guard? Who could be so extravagant? We're all a little tired and really don't want to get involved in the specific affairs of Emperor Dong's palace. If our speculation is right, I won't stay in Emperor Dong's palace for long, and this precious time may be our last time to rest. He looked at Li Tianlan and said seriously, Big brother, I really want to be free. Got it. Li Tianlan was silent for a while and nodded. Chapter 1081. The car slowly entered the manor of the Bai family. When it approached the luxurious villa in the center, Li Tianlan saw Bai Qingzhao standing at the door with a frown. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, and his posture was tall and straight. The general's star on his shoulder shone with golden light. He looked a little anxious as he paced back and forth, but there was an unconcealable coldness and murderous intent on his solemn expression as he was wrapped in silver and white clothing. Xianyuan Wushang, who acted as the driver, sped up a little at Li Tianlan's order. Before the car came to a complete stop, Li Tianlan had opened the door and got out. He took a few quick steps to shake hands with Bai Qingzhao and said softly, Secretary General. He called Bai Qingzhao by his title, even in private. Li Tianlan always called Bai Qingzhao by his title. But in terms of blood relationship, Li Tianlan knew very well that this was his uncle. Li Tianlan didn't want to change the way he called him, but he didn't want to hide his respect. From the bottom of his heart, Li Tianlan really had no hatred or obstacles for his biological parents and their families. He did suffer a lot when he was a child, but today, he had received enough returns. He left the Li family for Huading at the age of 19. It had been nearly 6 years since then. He had seen the attitudes of the Dongqing clan and the Bai family. He had also seen what Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian had done. Hatred? Resentment? Li Tianlan really didn't care about it. What was a family? It was a proposition so huge that it was difficult for anyone to explain it in detail. Different times, different situations, and different decisions would have different interpretations. Li Tianlan hadn't been in the Dongqing clan for more than 20 years. In the eyes of Dongqing Wudi, this was the family's debt to Li Tianlan. They were trying their best to make up for it. Li Tianlan often wanted to tell them that it was enough, that it was really enough, but they obviously didn't have the concept of enough or not enough. Li Tianlan could be made up for, but how could Bai Qingqian and Dongqing Wudi, who had been respectful to each other for 20 years, almost become enemies? Born in a wealthy family, from the beginning of their birth, they were born with not only glory but also the responsibility to maintain this glory. Li Tianlan might have had too many things, even many of which the Dongqing clan didn't have. He stood high enough and was calm enough, so he could look at these problems more rationally. He always didn't want to call them parents, just because he was unfamiliar with this title after so many years, and it had nothing to do with anything else. He's here. Bai Qingzhao tried his best to show a gentle smile. Go in, everyone is waiting for you. Li Tianlan knew very well who they were. Chen Fengqing's death was so sudden that it caused the tense atmosphere before the election to completely explode. At this time, inside the manor of the Bai family, 2 directors and 2 parliamentarians of Zhongzhou state, whom Li Tianlan was most familiar with, were gathered. Later, when those key members of the giant group who did not work in Yuzhou got the news, this place would become more lively. This was the moment when a slight change in one hair could affect the whole body. What kind of attitude should they use to face the sensation caused by Chen Fengqing's death? This was something that every group was currently studying. Li Tianlan nodded and entered the villa under the guidance of Bai Qingzhao. Xianyuan Wushang, who didn't treat himself as an outsider, also followed them. Bai Qingzhao, who thought he was a driver, looked at him in surprise, but he didn't say anything. The 3 of them entered the study. The spacious and comfortable study was almost covered with clouds and mist. When Li Tianlan walked in, the 2 directors, Dongqing Wudi and Zhou Mulin, and the 2 parliamentarians, Bai Zhanfang and Wu Zhengmin, were sitting on the sofa with a cigarette in their hands. The smoke was lingering, mixed with the incense that Bai Zhanfang had lit. The smell in the study was pungent, but there was a touch of the comfort of incense. Bai Zhanfang directly lit a cigarette and joined the ranks of smokers. He also handed one to Li Tianlan and Xianyuan Wushang. Li Tianlan took it and lit it. Xianyuan Wushang seemed to be a little curious about the smell of the cigarette. After thinking about it, he also lit it and took a puff. It's going to catch fire. Li Tianlan said jokingly, turned on the ventilation system, and casually greeted several leaders. Zhou Mulin first, then Bai Zhanfang, then Wu Zhengmin, and finally Dongqing Wudi. He didn't know what the order of greeting was, but Dongqing Wudi's originally gloomy face obviously became a little cheerful. Li Tianlan casually found a seat and sat down. Xianyuan Wushang, who had been silent, nodded to everyone present and sat next to Li Tianlan. In the study, several big shots, who could be regarded as the leaders of Zhongzhou state, looked at each other and subconsciously at Bai Qingzhao, who had just sat down. Bai Qingzhao was also a little confused. He had never seen Xianyuan Wushang. Li Tianlan brought him into the study, which meant that Li Tianlan thought Xianyuan Wushang was qualified to come in. It was not that the leaders of the new group and the giant group talked about some stupid rules. It was just that not everyone could hear this conversation. After Chen Fengqing's death, all the spearheads were aimed at the new group. A storm was coming. This conversation might mean the strategic direction of the new group in the next 5 to 10 years. Li Tianlan brought this little fatty in, which showed his trust in him. But the other party sat down naturally, without nervousness or uneasiness. He was peaceful and calm. It seemed that he was going to discuss with them how to deal with this crisis. Tianlan, who is this? Dongqing Wudi asked blankly. He looked at Xianyuan Wushang with some doubts. Well, Li Tianlan also glanced at Xianyuan Wushang. Xianyuan Wushang had been calling him Big Brother, which was natural. But Li Tianlan felt that Xianyuan Wushang was definitely older than him, even in terms of appearance. Li Tianlan shook his head slightly and introduced, "This is my younger brother." Dongqing Wudi looked confused and thought, "Where did you get your younger brother?" Li Tianlan's voice continued, "Xianyuan Wushang is a doctor." After a pause, Li Tianlan continued, "We can completely trust him. He is different from other doctors. In fact, he saved my life a day ago, and my breakthrough also has a lot to do with him. So I plan to take him to see Chen Fengqing's body. Maybe he will find some clues." Life-saving grace. They were all stunned at the same time. Dongqing Wudi fixed his eyes on Li Tianlan and said slowly, "What do you mean by saving your life? What happened in the final battle in Beihai?" It had been a day since the final battle in Beihai. From the beginning to the end, all of Li Tianlan's performance, Wang Xiaoyao, Li Kuangtu, Jiang Shangyu, and even Wang Tianzong's sword energy had been sorted out and sent to all over the world. The high-level officials of Zhongzhou state had also received detailed reports. Li Tianlan was indeed threatened, but no one saw that Li Tianlan had experienced any crisis of death. Was it Wang Tianzong? Bai Zhanfang suddenly asked. No. Li Tianlan shook his head. It was Jiang Shangyu and Li Kuangtu. They launched a sneak attack after I left Mount Dibing. The situation was very dangerous at that time. If it weren't for Wushang, I would probably have died on the spot and couldn't even go back to Tiannan. It was really dangerous, but this injury also helped me go further in martial arts and smoothly broke through. It was a blessing in disguise. Everyone came to their senses. Breakthrough. Li Tianlan broke through. This was a situation that all the forces in the world had not mastered in detail. Maybe some people would know that Li Tianlan had defeated Wang Xingxiao in Emperor Dong's palace, but no one could be sure that Li Tianlan had broken through. Such a breakthrough also meant, invincible realm. Dongqing Wudi looked excited and expectant. The whole dark world knew that Li Tianlan's invincible realm was completely different from the regular invincible realm. Li Tianlan, who had not yet entered the invincible realm, could already fight against Jiang Shangyu and Li Kuangtu together. How strong would Li Tianlan be after successfully entering the invincible realm? A 24-year-old invincible realm expert, which even meant that the next few decades would belong to Li Tianlan. Such a long peak period was enough to make any enemy completely desperate. Li Tianlan nodded and smiled. His breakthrough this time was far more than just the invincible realm. Although the increase in combat capability did not meet expectations, it was only because he still had a lot of doubts in his heart. Apart from other things, if the second heart was exposed, it was almost enough to subvert some fields of biology. The interval between his second heart beats was extremely long, but every beat was strengthening his body. The excessive vitality showed that the second heart beat twice in a day. Li Tianlan had a total of 2 nosebleeds, and the first time he even bled from the 7 orifices. This was still his regular state. In the state of combat, every beat of the second heart would instantly restore his physical strength to the peak state. It was no exaggeration to say that with the second heart, Li Tianlan's physical strength was almost endless. Even Wang Tianzong did not have this kind of breakthrough when he reached that supreme level. In some ways, it was not so much a breakthrough as an evolution. The evolution of life level. However, Li Tianlan himself did not know these things very well at present. Xianyuan Wushang knew something, but he could not say many things, so Li Tianlan could only use the word breakthrough to describe his current state. This is really good news. Zhou Mulin, who had the least contact with Li Tianlan, smiled. He looked at Li Tianlan with very soft eyes. Seeing you, I realize that I am really old, and I have to admit that I am old. Bai Zhanfang smiled. Wu Zhengmin also smiled, and there was some meaning in his eyes. Chen Fengqing's death is not necessarily bad news. Xianyuan Wushang suddenly said. Several people turned their eyes to Xianyuan Wushang at the same time. Xianyuan Wushang smiled very kindly. He looked at Li Tianlan and said slowly, "Big brother, do you have any doubts in your heart?" "I'm not sure." Li Tianlan shook his head. When others were doubting him, he also had a highly suspicious target in his heart, but he was not sure who the target was. The academics, the special warfare group, the prince group, or even Chen Fengqing himself set him up at the cost of his life. All these were possible. "Are you suspecting that someone set you up for this?" Bai Qingzhao suddenly asked. As the eldest son of the Bai family and the backbone of the giant group, Bai Zhanfang would step down after this election and give up the position of Speaker of Yuzhou. This position was also the focus of all parties at present. When Bai Zhanfang stepped down and Bai Qingqian went to the new group, Bai Qingzhao would inevitably take over. His position was not completely determined at present, but it could basically be defined. Bai Qingzhao and Dongqing Wudi had a tacit understanding, so after the election, he would still stay in the army headquarters. It was necessary for him to enter the parliament. Obviously, it was not certain whether Bai Qingzhao would be the deputy minister of the army headquarters or the secretary general. This undoubtedly depended on the result of the game between all parties. But specifically within the group, Bai Qingzhao was already a member of parliament in the eyes of many people. If not, Bai Qingzhao would not participate in this kind of discussion. It's really possible, isn't it? Li Tianlan said slowly, I always feel that Qin Fengqing's death is too coincidental. Well, I'm here, so we can first rule out ourselves, and then rule out the real coincidence. Then, someone must have done it secretly, not me. Who else could it be? If that's the case, Dongqing Wudi's eyes were a little cold. The other party is really ruthless. His plot must be big. Is the position of the head of the cabinet enough? Wu Jingmin suddenly asked with a smile. This sentence was tantamount to saying that it was the academics who played tricks in the dark. Killing Qin Fengqing and framing the new group made the new group suffer a major setback. It had to compromise on some key issues and support Hua Xingyang to take over. At present, this was undoubtedly the most critical issue. President, Zhou Mulan recalled Li Huacheng and finally shook his head slightly. He doesn't look like a person who can do this kind of thing. Neither does Hua Xingyang. Zhou Mulan could be said to be the most low-key of the directors in Zhongzhou State. Even Zhou Yunhai, who had the weakest sense of existence, was more high-profile than him. Since Dongqing Wudi became a director 5 years ago, Zhou Mulan basically lived an early retirement life except for speaking out on some major issues. Although the old man kept a low profile, he was very accurate in judging people all his life and almost never made a mistake. His words at this time obviously did not agree with Wu Jingmin's inference. Guo Wentian? Bai Zhanfang suddenly asked. He has the motive to do it, but he may not have the strength. Dongqing Wudi shook his head. I heard that Guo Wentian spent some time alone with Qin Fengqing yesterday. The Prince Group is in a bad situation now. Qin Fengqing's death is easier to unite them against the common enemy. Bai Qingzhao said thoughtfully. What about Qin Fengqing himself? Li Tianlan suddenly said. Dongqing Wudi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. You mean suicide? Dongqing Wudi asked in a low voice. The study fell into silence. Everyone was thinking about this possibility. Qin Fengqing is not a good person. Li Tianlan said blandly, but if he is a responsible prime minister, no one can refute it. I will kill him, but it doesn't mean that I don't approve of some of his characters. He has indeed devoted his life to Zhongzhou State. Ha, Li Tianlan suddenly sneered. He always called me a national thief. When he was at the end of his rope and in a desperate situation, he used his own life as the last bargaining chip to curb the development of the new group when he was unable to struggle. Isn't that his character? There was silence. After a long time, Bai Zhanfang sighed softly. That guy, no. Wu Jingmin said with certainty. He looked at Li Tianlan with a complicated look in his eyes. Finally, he smiled softly. What you said makes sense. He is indeed devoted to Zhongzhou State, but it is also because of this that Qin Fengqing is the least likely to commit suicide. His death can indeed curb the development of the new group to some extent, but it is more likely to cause the greatest chaos. Tianlan, you can't expect Qin Fengqing to know nothing about your character. If he really committed suicide, then he must know that you will not be reconciled. He knows how much power you have now. Your unwillingness will plunge Zhongzhou State into great chaos, which is definitely not what Qin Fengqing wants to see. He looked into Li Tianlan's eyes and said softly, he admitted his failure, so he will wait for you to kill him. After everything is settled, he will choose to let himself die in your hands to keep Zhongzhou State stable. In his view, this is the last thing he will do for Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan sat there and was silent for a long time. Where is Qin Fengqing's body? Xianyuan Wushang suddenly asked. In the Qin family. It was sent from the Hidden Dragon Sea to the Qin family an hour ago. Zhongzhou State will release the official news in the evening at the latest. Let's go and have a look first. Xianyuan Wushang thought for a while and said slowly. When he spoke, his tone was very confident. Perhaps apart from him, only Li Tianlan knew how difficult it was to kill Qin Fengqing. Excluding the possibility of coincidence, there were not many people who could do this. As far as Xianyuan Wushang knew, only Li Tianlan and Xing Tian, who were in the neutral camp, could do this. But they could not do it. If it was not them, then there were only two directions. Either it was the order. Or the shadow. Jiang Shangyu. Lin Shi. There were only two possibilities. And with their strength, if they did something, Xianyuan Wushang could not have missed it. Lin Shi must have known this. Therefore, Xianyuan Wushang had locked his suspicion on Jiang Shangyu. Because only Jiang Shangyu did not know the existence of him and Lin Shi. Only under such circumstances could Jiang Shangyu think that his move was flawless. As long as we really confirm the cause of Qin Fengqing's death and find out the inside story, then we can find out the person behind the scenes. For the new group, this is not a bad thing. Xianyuan Wushang smiled, and his voice became calmer. Li Tianlan suddenly glanced at him and said thoughtfully, Do you already have a suspect? Yes, but I'm not sure. Xianyuan Wushang said, I can tell you a piece of news. Before the decisive battle in Beihai, Jiang Shangyu and President Li Huaqing had a very secret communication. The specific content is unknown. Chapter 1082. Li Huaqing. Jiang Shangyu. Either of these two people was enough to attract the absolute attention of everyone present. When the two names were combined, the deterrence produced was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If the academics cooperated with Jiang Shangyu, the chemical reaction would be extremely amazing. Similarly, Li Tianlan was also very clear that such a possibility existed, and the probability was not low. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Zhuang Huayang, the headmaster when he first entered the Sky Academy. A 10-year plan. At that time, Li Tianlan, who was far from amazing, was solemnly invited by Zhuang Huayang to join the academics in order to use 10 years to let Li Tianlan grow up and make up for some structural defects of the academics. The academics' shortcomings were not only that it had a short time to rise and did not establish close ties with some retired but influential old people. They also had a huge lack of voice in the dark world and the special warfare system. In this respect, it was indispensable within any group. What did the special warfare system and the dark world mean? To be precise, it meant a special power outside the rules. A high degree of freedom, even the power to act first and report later, and the characteristic of not being bound by ordinary laws. In any group, such a power could play a role that could not be ignored. The foundation of the academics in this respect was almost zero. Therefore, they always seemed to be very passive when playing with other groups. That was because they abided by the rules, and even if they wanted to break the rules, they had no bargaining chips to do so. The special warfare system was the order in the shadow of Zhongzhou State. From the perspective of Zhongzhou State, the darkness itself was a kind of order. Nearly 6 years ago, Li Tianlan, who was only the heir of the Li family at that time, attracted the personal attention of Li Huaqing. Li Huaqing instructed Zhuang Huayang to invite Li Tianlan to join the academics, and then facilitated the short-term cooperation between the giant group, the academy, the Samsara Palace, and the Li family. From this point alone, it could be seen how strong the academics' voice in the special warfare system and their desire for masters were. Li Tianlan's growth might have twists and turns, but on the whole, it was smooth. However, in a few years, the general trend changed, and Li Tianlan gradually drifted away from the academics. At this time, especially when the special warfare group was in turmoil, Jiang Shangyu and Li Huaqing secretly contacted each other. Did Li Huaqing intend to make Jiang Shangyu the core figure of the academics in the special warfare system? In contemplation, Bai Qingzhao was the first to speak. His tone was a little doubtful, but it was relatively soft. Mr. Xianyuan, you also said that this is a secret contact between the president and Jiang Shangyu. May I ask how you know about this? Xianyuan Wushang looked at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan nodded slightly, indicating that everyone present could be absolutely trusted. Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said softly, I can hack into the entire network of East Island, control their weapon systems, and enter their core database. Naturally, I can also enter the core database of Zhongzhou State to see something. In fact, although the network protection of Zhongzhou State is much more advanced than that of East Island, there is no qualitative change. I checked Li Huaqing's communication record and saw the conversation between him and Jiang Shangyu. The time was 26 minutes. Starting from this point, it's easy for me to investigate something. The only pity is that I don't know what exactly they talked about. There was dead silence in the study. 2 seconds later, Dongqing Wudi suddenly stood up and stared at Xianyuan Wushang with burning eyes. Everyone looked at his seemingly harmless smiling face. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Although there was something wrong with this description, they all had the same thought in their minds. Dongqing Wudi looked at the fat man in front of him seriously, as if he wanted to record his appearance in his mind. The way he looked at Xianyuan Wushang was strange and complicated. It was as if he was looking at a devil, an angel, or a nuclear bomb that could destroy the entire world, or something else. He could freely hack into the core database of Zhongzhou State and East Island, freely tamper with all the communications of a country, and freely control all the weapon systems. What did this mean? It was clear just by looking at East Island the night before. If what Xianyuan Wushang said was true, no, what he said was true. The 3 fleets of Murderous Bird, Giant Whale, and Black Dragon had now been incorporated by the Zhongzhou State Navy. For this matter, Dongqing Wudi talked with Li Huaqing for a long time. Although this matter hadn't been discussed in a parliamentary meeting, the general direction had been confirmed. These 3 fleets would be incorporated into the South Sea Fleet and become the strength of the new group in the Navy. The 3 fleets would be merged into an aircraft carrier fleet, and Li Tianlan would personally appoint the commander and be awarded the rank of lieutenant general. The 3 fleets and the slow response of East Island for a whole night were the embodiment of Xianyuan Wushang's real strength. Except for the fat man in front of him, no one knew what happened in East Island that night. In that state, East Island was in a state of war. All the communications were interacting with each other at a high frequency. The imperial family, the cabinet, the army ministry, all the major martial arts schools, the rear of East Island, the front of Beihai, the special warfare system, countless departments, and countless people were exchanging information at any time. In such a highly vigilant situation, Xianyuan Wushang easily got the control of all the weapon systems in East Island and controlled all the communication networks. In that state, there were countless phone calls communicating with each other every minute and every second. If one of the phone calls made people feel that something was wrong, the delicate but extremely fragile network that Xianyuan Wushang weaved would be completely broken. But under such circumstances, Xianyuan Wushang didn't have any accident, and everyone was completely fooled by the false communication. For East Island, this was a dream. In the dream, Xianyuan Wushang was an angel. When he woke up from the dream, Xianyuan Wushang directly turned into a devil. This kind of person, this kind of ability, should be respected and valued at the highest level in any country. Everyone. When everyone was confused about East Island's behavior last night, the culprit showed up right beside them. It was him. He actually did it. If Zhongzhou State had such a person, Dongqing Wudi was a very arrogant person, but at the same time, he was also a person with extreme self-restraint. But when he saw Xianyuan Wushang and thought of East Island last night, even with his self-restraint, a logical idea directly popped up in his mind. With Xianyuan Wushang, Zhongzhou State could completely unify the whole world. What a ridiculous statement. What a crazy ambition. Unifying the whole world became the supreme will of hundreds of countries. This sounded inconceivable, but at this moment, it seemed so logical. Xianyuan Wushang could play East Island in the palm of his hand, which meant that the so-called top secret and perfect firewalls of any country in Zhongzhou State, Star State, Snow Country, European land, or any other country in the world were useless in front of him. Hypothetically, under such circumstances, Zhongzhou State could completely invade without any scruples. Counterattack? There would be no such thing. When Xianyuan Wushang controlled the enemy's weapon system, the only counterattack the enemy could do was to use manpower and some guns. This level of control could even make all the high-tech weapons of the enemy turn around to attack their own country. To unify the whole world, Zhongzhou State would not even sacrifice the life of a soldier. It was so crazy, so absurd. Whether Zhongzhou State had such an idea or not, Dongqing Wudi was a soldier. A soldier's duty was not only to protect the country, but also to expand the territory. At this moment, Xianyuan Wushang in front of him was undoubtedly a treasure, which made him extremely surprised and terrified. Such an ability could indeed unify the whole world. But if there was really such a so-called unification, then did all this have anything to do with Zhongzhou State? Rather than saying that Zhongzhou State unified the world, it was better to say that Xianyuan Wushang unified the world alone. Such an ability was so obvious that it had nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace. That kind of unscrupulous invasion was almost everywhere and impossible to guard against. In everyone's eyes, such a Xianyuan Wushang was both a devil and a god. Dongqing Wudi just looked at Xianyuan Wushang. There was a strong surprise in his eyes, and there was also undisguised cold-killing intent. No matter how strong Li Tianlan was, he was only one person after all. He might be able to fight against the whole world and hundreds of thousands of troops, but he was still one person. What he could guarantee was absolute domination in the dark world. Even if Li Tianlan was 100 times stronger, he could not destroy the whole world in an instant. Everyone would be afraid of him and would be afraid of him. The world could accommodate Li Tianlan. Xianyuan Wushang was different. Completely different. He had the ability to rule the world at will and destroy the world at will. Li Tianlan at least needed to draw his sword to kill. And he was just a simple invasion. He invaded Zhongzhou State, Snow Country, Star State, and any other country. With a bang, the world would be destroyed. What was this? What the hell was this? Such a person should not exist. His existence would be absolutely hostile and feared by everyone. If such a person's ability was exposed, the whole world would kill him at all costs. Including Zhongzhou State. His existence made everyone feel that their life and death and future were all controlled by him. But in the face of that terrifying possibility, even Li Tianlan was a nonentity. Tianlan, can this person be trusted? Dongqing Wudi slowly turned his head to look at Li Tianlan, his eyes extremely solemn. Tianlan, kill him. Bai Zhanfang was silent for a long time before he slowly said. His tone was firm and tough. Kill. Wu Jingmin expressed his attitude without hesitation. No matter what, he has to die. Kill him. Zhou Mulin also said. Boundless killing intent completely surrounded Xianyuan Wushang. Xianyuan Wushang shrugged helplessly. He doesn't have this ability now. Li Tianlan shook his head and said the most important information. After a pause, he said again, and, he can be trusted. No one spoke. Li Tianlan frowned. Perhaps because he was facing his own people, he did not hide his dissatisfaction. I said, he is my brother. Still silence. After a long time, Dongqing Wudi let out a long breath. His eyes were a little complicated. How did you do it? It's a prop. Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said, or you can understand it as me using that prop to temporarily replace the network system of East Island and invade their core database. That prop instantly simulated and analyzed the information of every person recorded in East Island from countless files, and instantly simulated countless personalities. This kind of ability is really scary. In fact, it wasn't just the top officials of East Island who were affected that night. There were a total of 40 million calls in East Island that night, including phone calls, videos, emails, and texts. All of these were intercepted by the special intelligences simulated by that prop. But that prop's ability also reached its limit, so after the battle in Beihai, that prop was also destroyed. What he said was half true and half false. For example, that prop. If he hadn't appeared in front of Li Tianlan with virtual travel and taken Li Tianlan to do another virtual travel, Xianyuan Wushang's glasses wouldn't have been destroyed. That pair of glasses could have allowed Xianyuan Wushang to travel in every corner unscrupulously and invade every secret location at will. Simulating tens of millions of intelligences in an instant was nothing for that pair of glasses. It was nothing. But the truth was that the glasses were indeed destroyed, and Xianyuan Wushang really didn't have the ability that made everyone so afraid. A prop. The giants in the study looked at each other for a while. Where did that so-called prop come from? Wu Zhengmin asked in a deep voice. Xianyuan Wushang didn't mind their aggressive attitude and said slowly, "It originally belonged to my sister. Later, she gave it to me. For me, it's the most precious thing." "Where's your sister?" Zhou Mulan looked serious. Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a while, then said sadly, "She's dead." Dongchen Wudi looked at Xianyuan Wushang seriously. His intuition told him that Xianyuan Wushang wasn't lying. He breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a little pity. If it was just a prop, its value would be completely different. "What a pity," Wu Zhengmin smiled and said, "that prop. If it could still be used, it would be enough to be the most important strategic weapon of the country. Even if it could only be used once, it would be a great deterrent. This kind of weapon makes everything developed by other countries meaningless. The more advanced the weapons they develop, the more advanced they create for themselves. Such a value can be said to be far greater than a murderous weapon." Xianyuan Wushang twitched the corner of his mouth. He subconsciously wanted to say that it was nonsense, but he held back. The murderous weapon of Miracle City was something he had always paid attention to, so he also knew some information. Obviously, when people here found King Wei, he was in an absolutely weak and seriously injured state. Even his consciousness was about to dissipate, leaving only a little instinct. With King Wei's particularity, in the real environment of Miracle City, his injury could only get worse and worse, without any possibility of recovery. The so-called hermit family that first found King Wei had been guarding his body. No one knew how many years had passed before the Wang family of Beihai destroyed the hermit family and found the prestige that was on the verge of death. Countless high-tech devices were used at the same time, and finally, King Wei's body and murderous weapon were barely decomposed, turning into the carefree and murderous weapon of today. At present, even if King Wei's body was reunited, he was still seriously injured and could die at any time. His power was completely incomparable to that of his heyday. But even so, once King Wei's body was reunited, his energy should be able to barely form a small circulation around Li Tianlan. With the supplement of Li Tianlan's sword energy, his energy could be self-sufficient. Its power was at least countless times stronger than that of ruthlessness at its peak. When Li Tianlan returned, King Wei in his heyday would be equivalent to the existence of the peak energy source. This was the only weapon that occupied the throne in the corridor of time and space over the incomparably long years. It was the weapon of the first emperor. If King Wei hadn't died with Li Tianlan, the current corridor of time and space might have been King Wei to take the position of King of War. Compared to King Wei, the little tool in front of him was nothing. "Is there any more of such a prop?" Bai Zhanfang asked slowly. Xianyuan Wushang shook his head. "No." The giants all breathed a sigh of relief. Some were glad, but also disappointed. Their moods were extremely contradictory. "That is to say, without that prop, no one in the world can invade at will like you, right?" Dongchen Wudi asked. Xianyuan Wushang thought for a moment and grunted. Such people actually existed. The strength of Lin Shi's apostle was no less than that of his sister. If he did it himself, the effect would be many times better than that small prop. But he could indeed do it. Obviously, they were now being targeted by the eldest princess. Under such circumstances, the most he could do now was to search for information and occasionally use virtual shuttle to escape for his life. The dignified apostle, whose destructive power was almost invincible among his peers, could only escape for his life and search for information. The corners of Xianyuan Wushang's mouth curled up slightly. He was somewhat gloating. That's the end of this matter. Dongqing Wudi said slowly, Tianlan, don't publicize this matter. It can't be explained clearly. As long as he is around you, it will cause others to be afraid, which is not a good thing. No one will believe that he can only use that ability once. As long as he is around, you will be in trouble. Such a person is a real devil in the eyes of his opponents, but in the eyes of his own people, he is equivalent to an angel. Once this kind of trouble is publicized, it may cause very bad results. Devil, angel, Xianyuan Wushang laughed. In fact, my greatest wish is to be an angel. Unfortunately, at least so far, I haven't seen any hope of becoming an angel. Bai Zhanfang obviously didn't like Xianyuan Wushang. Seeing that the fat man was serious, he snorted and said grumpily, why don't you say you want to be a god? God is the human definition of a powerful creature beyond the scope of understanding. This term is strictly abstract. In a sense, it doesn't exist. Even if it exists, a god may not be stronger than an angel. So you recognize an angel, but refuse to recognize a god? Li Tianlan suddenly added. No one else spoke. Instead, they looked at the two of them as if they were looking at a mentally disabled child. Zhongzhou State had always been a country of atheists. I'm just against the term god. I don't deny certain powers. Angel is just a title. As for a god, I agree with it. But even if it really exists, it shouldn't be called a god. It should be a superconsciousness that is above everything and creates all things. It's something we can't see. Specifically, we have another name for those who are like gods and have absolute power. It's about truth and irreplaceable. We call them. Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said softly, Master. Chapter 1083. On the way to the Qin family, the vehicles that set off from the Bai family's manor formed a row of majestic motorcade. The cars chosen by Dongqing Wudi, Zhou Mulin, Bai Zhanfang, and Wu Zhengmin were all black flags specially made for leaders in Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan's car was given to him by the master of Samsara Palace in the year of the chaos in Snow Country. It was a custom-made Rolls-Royce, which was the only one in the world. Now it became Li Tianlan's car in Yuzhou. 5 cars lined up neatly in the front and back, surrounded by 4 escort cars, all of them Audis, quietly protecting the car in the middle. At the front, there were 2 police cars for clearing the way. At this time, including the route from the Bai family to the Qin family, according to the traffic situation in Yuzhou, without police cars clearing the way, they might have to walk until the afternoon. Xianyuan Wushang was still Li Tianlan's driver. He held the steering wheel and seemed to be a little curious about this means of transportation. You haven't driven before? Li Tianlan asked in surprise. He had long noticed Xianyuan Wushang's curiosity about cars, but this interest lasted from the hotel to the Bai family's manor, and then from the manor to here. Li Tianlan couldn't help but despise him. Bumpkin. Indeed, I haven't driven before. Xianyuan Wushang sighed with emotion. I haven't even seen this thing before. It's too heavy, and it even needs to hold the steering wheel to control the direction. Tut, it's an antique among antiques. If it were here, someone would definitely pay a lot of money to collect it. There was one thing that Xianyuan Wushang didn't say. Anything that came from Miracle City, not to mention a car, even a handful of soil had great research value. What's your means of transportation? Li Tianlan asked casually. He had always thought that the group behind Xianyuan Wushang should be a hidden force living in a corner of a country on Earth. Maybe it was Africa, or the west of subcontinent, or somewhere else. Isolated from the world, they developed countless black technologies and discovered countless secrets. They closed themselves off from the world and rarely communicated with outsiders. But looking at it now, it didn't seem to be the case at all. No matter how little he interacted with outsiders, he should have seen a car before. Even if he hadn't, he should have seen a similar tractor. Xianyuan Wushang's curiosity about this luxurious vehicle wasn't because he was looking at something advanced. His gaze was more like he was admiring an ancient antique, just like how a modern person would look at a chariot from the pre-Qin dynasty. He was full of interest, but it was just an interest in collecting. Li Tianlan's expression was somewhat stiff. He could understand this interest, so naturally, he could also understand the other meaning behind this interest. Even in modern times, not everyone liked antiques. Xianyuan Wushang had this kind of interest, so he liked this Rolls-Royce very much. It was like a normal person facing a bronze chariot with thousands of years of history. The only thought in their mind was, what the F***ck is this rubbish? It's a pile of scrap metal. So backward. Backward? So, were they the bumpkins in Xianyuan Wushang's eyes? We can use virtual shuttle to temporarily turn ourselves into data. In the later stage of the development of the quantum network, it is extremely compatible without any lag. The data stream that can be accommodated is beyond everyone's imagination. If we turn ourselves into data, we can go anywhere regardless of distance. Why do we need to use a car? Xianyuan Wushang said with a smile. Li Tianlan was a little dissatisfied and didn't believe it. Is something like virtual shuttle as common as bicycles in your world? This kind of technology is high-end anyway. Even if it's ordinary, the so-called quantum network should be your main communication channel, right? Just like the current internet, it turns people into data. If the data is turned into data by a super hacker, can he take advantage of the opportunity of turning himself into data to invade the inside of your quantum network? Don't you have any precautions for such a shuttle? It's not that exaggerated. Xianyuan Wushang smiled. But we do have precautions. Even in our world, virtual shuttle is a very high-end technology. But for me and the people around me, we can use it at any time. As for most people, Xianyuan Wushang thought for a moment and said, they don't use cars either. His eyes suddenly lit up. Big brother, I remember a few movies here. There's a guy who claims to be comparable to God with a mortal body. His equipment, to a certain extent, is close to our normal means of transportation. If you like, I can get a set of advanced, cutting-edge armor, but it's a little troublesome and takes some time. Li Tianlan thought for a moment, not sure which movie Xianyuan Wushang was talking about. After a while, he found one that barely matched. You mean the Revenge Alliance? Ah. Xianyuan Wushang was a little confused. Iron Man. What's the difference? Isn't it just a role? Li Tianlan said grumpily, but his eyes were a little dazed. He had seen the whole series of movies and most of the derivatives mentioned by Xianyuan Wushang, but he had watched them with the company of another woman he hadn't heard from for a long time. Wang Yuetong was a die-hard fan of this series of movies. Li Tianlan glanced at them, but the two of them were not very interested in the rich man in iron armor who could fly in the sky and travel underground. Li Tianlan didn't have any special feelings for anyone, but Wang Yuetong admired the captain very much. Li Tianlan thought for a moment and asked, your means of transportation is iron armor? We call it a single mecha. Xianyuan Wushang smiled. It has nothing to do with steel. It's a strong interaction material. It can be used as a single person's means of transportation, and it can also be used to arm a small elite army for battle. Well, this kind of thing. I don't think I can carry it. He thought about it seriously and confirmed his idea again. Only a few super-large elite legions would be able to mass-produce individual mechas made of materials with strong interaction forces, making them look like normal equipment. However, even in the space-time corridor, this material was a strategic large-scale military resource. It was a strategic material that could be used for many purposes. All of them were made of protons and neutrons that were completely locked together by strong interaction forces. The surface was absolutely smooth, the temperature was at absolute zero, and it would reflect all electromagnetic waves. Its surface was indestructible, and it had an absolutely strong bearing capacity that far surpassed nanotechnology. This material was not only used to make individual mechas, but it was also one of the main materials used to seal the stars. And the so-called sealing a star, from the perspective of the people on Earth, was the so-called celestial giant structure project. To put it simply, it was the Dyson sphere in the concept of the people here. According to Xianyuan Wushang's understanding of Miracle City, there was currently nothing in any country in the world that could cause the slightest damage to such a mecha. Of course, this so-called nothing didn't include the complete King Wei. If such a mecha was the military version of the time corridor, it was usually equipped with a warp speed engine, image memory system, super thinking system, all-around armed control system, energy conversion resonance system, force field control system, infrasound weapon system, dark matter cannon, and the conventional version of the Star Destroyer cannon. This also meant that such a mecha didn't even need to be operated in the internal space. In the state of super thinking, just the mecha itself could carry out long-distance superluminal cruising and fixed-point teleportation. With the current level of development on Earth, even if Earth developed for 1,000 years, it would still be impossible to face such a mecha alone. Such a mecha could easily penetrate the entire Earth in its absolute speed, as simple as a bullet piercing through a piece of tofu. And any of the weapons equipped on the mecha itself could directly destroy the surface of the entire Earth in just a few dozen seconds. Such a mecha, whether in the time corridor, the God of War's realm, or the human emperor's palace, had a unified name. The code name was Calamity. With Xianyuan Wushang's identity as the 9th prince and a member of the Pinnacle Palace in the time corridor, there was no problem at all for him to get a Calamity mecha. But the point was that if this thing didn't go through special treatment, it would be like a locator in Miracle City, attracting countless malicious eyes. He drove the car, his eyes flashing for a while, but he didn't say anything. Li Tianlan looked at him expressionlessly. So, when you said you would get me a set just now, you were just making fun of me? No, I didn't. Xianyuan Wushang smiled. I don't have the means to deal with those troublesome things. After all, I'm just a doctor. But I should be able to find someone to get a set for you. Of course, it should be a collectible without weapons and various systems, with only basic navigation capabilities. It's not troublesome. It was indeed not troublesome. He didn't have such a mecha, and neither did Xing Tian. But Lin Shi did. To be exact, it was the apostle next to Lin Shi who had one. He was one of the oldest apostles in the time corridor. If his sister hadn't died, even if he was stronger than him, there would be a limit. How many Calamity mechas did the apostles have? Judging from the size of his sister's army at that time. This type of Calamity grade fully armed and equipped with different weapons to form a complete set of combat systems, in the hands of the apostles, would be counted in the hundreds of millions. That was the most conservative estimate. If it weren't for the restrictions of the real environment of Miracle City and the eyes of Princess Royal, when the apostles completely released their army, the number of Calamity mechas alone would be more than the total population of Miracle City. And the number of his other armies would be dozens of times more than that. Omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. As the pinnacle of the Order camp, this was the position that the human clan was currently at the limit of this path. It crushed everything at the same level, with the highest lethality and destruction. This was the Apostle of Destruction. It's not bad to get a set to play with. Li Tianlan nodded and said. He wasn't very interested in the mecha himself. It only had basic navigation ability, which meant that it couldn't even be compared to the state in the movies, not to mention the complete state of the mecha. With Li Tianlan's current strength, his physical strength was completely endless. The second heart could support him to squander the power of his dual wind and thunder veins unscrupulously. If Li Tianlan rushed from Yuzhou to Tiannan Xianyuan City at full speed, even without Ruthless, it would take him no more than 3 hours on foot. During this time, Li Tianlan even had time to smoke a few cigarettes. This was not Li Tianlan's limit in the future. But it was already the limit of martial arts in the entire dark world. But if he gave this mecha to Qin Weibai, she would probably like it very much. I'll get it for you after a while, big brother. Xianyuan Wushang laughed. Li Tianlan nodded carelessly. He had been thinking about the problem that Xianyuan Wushang had just mentioned. Their group didn't recognize God. Their disapproval was not a denial of the existence of God. They were just a simple denial of the word. They denied it. They believed that angels stood side by side with the so-called God. As for the power that the gods represented in their minds, they referred to it as Lord. Lord. This was a very profound title. Li Tianlan thought of the Bible. This word often appeared in the Bible. There was a Bible in his bedroom. Qin Weibai was an extremely devout believer. She occasionally prayed, but she didn't go to church. She disdained the Holy Land, but Li Tianlan could clearly feel her devoutness and tranquility. Did the so-called Lord that Xianyuan Wushang mentioned also mean this? If this was really what he meant, then, Lord really existed. What is Lord? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. He had realized that Xianyuan Wushang could say a lot of things, but he couldn't say a lot of things. It depended on how Li Tianlan asked. At least the so-called Mecha had already surpassed most people's understanding of technology, and then it made Li Tianlan's thoughts shift to another direction that he felt was a little absurd, a little fake, but it was also very true. Xianyuan Wushang hesitated for a moment, then said softly and quickly, "It's the authority." There were only 3 words in this short sentence. If he deliberately sped up, it would take him less than half a second. But what Li Tianlan heard was a chaotic noise. The malice of the world was boiling in Xianyuan Wushang's body, destroying countless cells in his body and sucking away the vitality of a large number of organs. Xianyuan Wushang's face turned pale for a moment, but there was a touch of eternal pride and arrogance in his eyes that seemed to be eternal and would never yield. Does it have anything to do with the Bible? Li Tianlan took a deep look at him and asked from another angle. Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a long time and didn't speak. The Rolls-Royce drove steadily on the road of Yuzhou, followed by Wuzhengmin's Hongqi. When the motorcade drove through a bustling street, Xianyuan Wushang let out a muffled groan and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He shook his head slowly and said, "No, it has nothing to do with the Bible. The Lord in the Bible, we prefer to call it the superconsciousness, which is beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. The Lord I'm talking about is like my father," and, he glanced at Li Tianlan and added the second half of the sentence in his heart, "as well as you and Qin Weibai. These things are very interesting." Li Tianlan thought silently. After thinking for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Interesting." Xianyuan Wushang laughed. His smile was a little bright and a little sad. "It's really interesting, of course it's interesting. To fight with heaven and earth, to stand side by side with heaven and earth, to be the enemy of the world. Survival, no matter when, is the most important thing." Xianyuan Wushang murmured to himself. Everyone is trying to survive. This is instinct. Li Tianlan looked at him quietly. Instinct, ha, instinct, ha ha, Xianyuan Wushang suddenly laughed wildly. He turned his head and looked at Li Tianlan seriously. "Big brother, do you have a goal?" "What do you mean?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's a goal, an ideal, a dream. Whatever you say, it's a height you've been pursuing but haven't reached for the time being." Xianyuan Wushang repeated it very seriously. "Goal, ideal, dream," Li Tianlan murmured to himself. After a full 2 minutes, he smiled and said, "There should be. I have a lot of goals. A lot, a lot." His voice seemed to become soft. "When I was very young, my biggest goal was to be able to eat meat for every meal and let my grandfather drink wine for every meal. When I was a little older, I hoped that I could become strong quickly and walk out of the Li family's camp. When I was a little older, I began to pursue the invincible realm. I hoped to reach that realm as soon as possible, because only when I reached that realm could I protect the Li family. When I walked out of the border and met Wang Tianzong, my goal was to be invincible in the world. I wanted to lead the Li family to surpass the previous peak and stand at the highest place." Well, Li Tianlan smiled and said, that's probably my goal now. Now I can be said to be invincible, but it's not absolute. And the Li family, we don't stand at the highest place. Good goal. Xianyuan Wushang smiled, but there was no smile in his voice. If, big brother, if you know that your goal is right in front of you, but you can't succeed no matter what, and you can only work in vain again and again, what will you do? His voice was steady and soft. Li Tianlan raised his head and quietly looked at the little fat man in his sight. There was no expression on his chubby face, but there was a touch of sadness that couldn't be concealed in his eyes. It went deep into his bones. I will persist. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth and said, Yes, persist. Xianyuan Wushang said softly, We are also persisting, so, what's your goal? Li Tianlan asked calmly. Survival. Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said, That's our biggest goal. Unfortunately, we're about to fail again. Chapter 1084. For the arrival of Li Tianlan and Dongqing Wudi, although the Qin family tried their best to hide something, they still inadvertently showed strong hostility and great fear. The Qin family's residence was not too far from the city center. It was a Chinese-style garden covering an area of less than 20 acres. It used to be the mansion of a prime minister of the previous dynasty, which matched Qin Fengqing's identity. It was said that Qin Fengqing fell in love with it at first sight. When he was the deputy prime minister, he brought his family here and built the prime minister's mansion into an antique but modern and comfortable Yuan Lin. About 7 years ago, the mansion was bought by Haoyue Group for 1.2 billion yuan. With such an area, the history of the mansion, and the fact that it was in Yuzhou, the price was not too high, but Yuzhou did not suffer a loss. Qin Fengqing's body was currently parked in the main hall of the mansion. When Li Tianlan and the others rushed over, a large number of people came out to greet them. What was rare was that except for Qin Fengqing, the other 8 directors were in Yuzhou. Dongqing Wudi and Zhou Mulin were with Li Tianlan. The remaining 6, including Li Huacheng, all appeared in Li Tianlan's sight at this time. But the one walking in the center was not Li Huacheng. It was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He looked a little like Qin Fengqing. He was slightly fat and wore a pair of glasses. At this time, he was wearing mourning clothes. His eyes were a little numb from the pain, and he even looked a little sluggish. Obviously, he had not reacted to the news of Qin Fengqing's sudden death. When shaking hands with Li Tianlan, his arm trembled violently. The almost numb pain seemed to become active the moment he saw Li Tianlan. The pain was changing, mixed with deep resentment and fear. At this moment, he looked like he was going to pounce on Li Tianlan and bite him to death at any time. But in the end, he dared not do anything. He even quietly lowered his head to hide his eyes. Li Tianlan glanced at him, narrowed his eyes, and remained calm. He naturally knew the man in front of him. After Qin Fengqing, he could basically be regarded as the pillar of the entire Qin family. This was Qin Fengqing's biological son and also Qin Fengqing's successor in Zhongzhou State, Qin Shi. A year ago, he was just transferred to be the governor of Nanyun Province. This year, he had just turned 38 years old. Standing in this position, it could be said that he had a bright future. Moreover, he was transferred to this position a year ago, which was enough to prove Qin Fengqing's good intentions. The election was only about a year away. After the election, whether Qin Fengqing retires or not, the major groups will adjust their existing personnel. Some people will be promoted, some people will be demoted, some people will leave, and some people will stay. Before and after the election, it has always been a time of turbulence. Chen Shi was placed in the position of president a year ago. After the election, just after the red line of 2 years, the Prince Group can completely let Chen Shi take a step forward, leave Nanyun, and become the speaker of a province. What was Chen Shi's position in the Prince Group? Judging from his age and position, it was obvious at a glance. Nowadays, Zhou Yuanshan, who was the focus of attention in the new group and was even considered to be very likely to become the president in 10 or 20 years, was 38 years old this year and served as the speaker of Jiangxi province. In the southeast group, Wang Jingxin, who was almost as famous as Zhou Yuanshan, was 36 years old this year and served as the governor of Jianghuai province. Chen Shi was 38 years old this year and served as the speaker of Nanyun province. If everything went well, then after the election, as soon as Chen Fangqing came down, or even before Chen Fangqing retired, Chen Shi's position would change again. Combined with the current personnel structure of the Prince Group, Chen Shi was likely to go to Tianfu province to serve as the speaker, embarking on the road to heaven that Chen Fangqing had walked before, from Tianfu to the southwest, entered the parliament, and finally competed with Zhou Yuanshan, Wang Jingxin, and others for the position of several directors. Zhou Yuanshan, Wang Jingxin, Chen Shi, for such people, if there were no major accidents, their path was destined to be smooth sailing. Perhaps there would be challenges, perhaps there would be setbacks, there would be ups and downs, but in the end, they would all reach a dazzling position. What they were fighting for was only a matter of ranking. But now, the big accident really happened. If Chen Fangqing didn't die, even if he retired early, it wouldn't be a big problem. The Chen family might suffer heavy losses, Chen Fangqing's reputation might be ruined, but the Prince Group would certainly protect Chen Shi. His current position and qualifications were perfect, that was the perfection that the Prince Group had spent countless resources to pave. He was one of the core successors of the large group, and now he had reached the position of the provincial speaker, which meant that the internal management of the group couldn't give up on him, nor would they allow him to stumble, because the group didn't have enough time and resources to cultivate other successors. So as long as Chen Fangqing was still there, even if he didn't have any position, Chen Shi would be able to stabilize his position. 1 year later, he would go to Tianfu, and 6 years later, he would enter the southwest, and the Chen family would once again restore its former glory. But Chen Fangqing died. Very suddenly, without the slightest sign, died inexplicably, and left people at a loss. Chen Shi didn't believe that his father's death was an accident. He spoke to his father on the phone yesterday afternoon after receiving the news of the decisive battle in North Sea. At that time, Chen Fangqing's heart was suppressing great unwillingness and anger, but his attitude was still positive. He had always been in good health, how could he die in less than a day? Li Tianlan. It could only be Li Tianlan. It could only be the new group. Whether or not Chen Shi was rational enough, whether or not he could see that the new group's action at this time was extremely disadvantageous to their own situation, Chen Shi always believed that Li Tianlan killed his father. Because this was the only possible explanation. Since it was the only one, then no matter how absurd it was, the only one was the truth. The moment he saw Li Tianlan, Chen Shi's whole body suddenly fell into great hatred and rage, but when he saw Li Tianlan's eyes, all the hatred and rage seemed to be frozen. The other's eyes were calm and indifferent, like a basin of cold water without the slightest temperature, freezing all the blood in his body in an instant. Fear, coldness seeped in completely into his bone marrow. Only then did Chen Shi remember his identity. Or rather, he remembered his position. His position was, the governor of Nanyun province. Nanyun province. Nanyun province was next to Tiannan. The rapid development of Xianyuan city in the past 2 years was inseparable from the funds of Emperor Dong's palace and the support of the Flourishing Age Fund hidden behind the scenes at that time. But this was not all. Many plans needed to be discussed in the parliament. Among the large quantities of materials, some of them were strictly controlled. It was not that the Flourishing Age Fund and Emperor Dong's palace could not provide these things, but if they wanted to build a city with the plan of building a province first, they needed all kinds of materials, and they had to rely on the support of Zhongzhou state. All the materials had to pass through Nanyun province. And the materials for Xianyuan city were also prepared by Nanyun province first. For more than 2 years, the Prince Group and the academics kept chasing the Southeast Group and the Giant Group, and at the same time, they constantly put pressure on Emperor Dong's palace and the Wang family of Beihai. As the son of Chen Fangqing, Chen Shi sat in the unique position of Nanyun province. It was completely imaginable what his attitude towards Emperor Dong's palace and what he had done. At least, Qin Shi had secretly heard some rumors. More than one high-level official of Emperor Dong's palace had expressed their attitude that they would kill him sooner or later. At the very least, Qin Shi was on the blacklist of Emperor Dong's palace. If Qin Fengqing had not died, he would have become the master of Heaven's palace 1 year later. Naturally, he would not be afraid of this. But now Qin Fengqing suddenly died. At this moment, Qin Shi finally realized that his position as the successor of the group had been greatly shaken. There were two paths in front of him. One was negative, and the other was positive. The negative response was naturally to do nothing, expect the counterattack of the group, expect Emperor Dong's palace to fall apart, or expect Li Tianlan to let the Qin family go under pressure. Strictly speaking, Li Tianlan did not have any hatred towards the prince group. The outcome of the game was at most a matter of gratitude and resentment, but not hatred. If he lost the game this time, he would naturally have a chance to get it back next time. All his killing intent was concentrated on Qin Fengqing. Today's plunder and suppression of the prince group, strictly speaking, had little to do with Li Tianlan's personal will, but the basic demand of the rise of the new group. This demand, in the analysis of many people, could overwhelm everything. Qin Fengqing's death undoubtedly put great pressure on Li Tianlan. Perhaps under pressure, for the sake of the new group, he might not do anything to the Qin family. In this way, through the most difficult period, Qin Shi thought that he could rely on his father's death to regain his footing. On this path, the only thing he could expect was that Li Tianlan would let the Qin family go because of the excessive pressure. The positive path was the complete opposite. That was to use the news of his father's death to exert his influence to the extreme and run around. Now the prince group was like a powder keg that would explode at the slightest touch. Everyone had a fire in their hearts that they had nowhere to vent. If he came forward, he was 90% sure that he could completely unite the majority of the forces of the prince group in the shortest time. This force might not be led by him, but it was definitely aimed at Li Tianlan. This was also the situation that the academics hoped to see. Once he did this, the academics would respond to his actions as soon as possible. At that time, the Special Warfare Group and the Southeast Group might join in. They would target Dongqing Wudi, Li Tianlan, and the group behind them and make them make all kinds of compromises. It was easy to succeed on this path. And the so-called success was just to make Li Tianlan compromise. Qin Shi was not sure how far he could make Li Tianlan compromise and not target the Qin family. And once he did so, as the source of all things, the Qin family would inevitably incur stronger hatred from the whole Emperor Dong's palace. This also meant that on this path, he would directly stand at the forefront, on the opposite side of the young Emperor Dong, and directly challenge His Majesty. Yes, it was Majesty. Qin Shi felt that it was not too much to use this word to describe Li Tianlan. In the eyes of many, he was the heavenly son. In the eyes of certain people, he was a child. In the eyes of Qin Weibai, he was her husband. In the eyes of the people of Emperor Dong's palace, he was His Majesty. But in the eyes of all the enemies of Li Tianlan today, the current Li Tianlan was invincible. Invincible in the world, naturally, His Majesty was irresistible. Qin Shi wanted to take this path, but he had asked himself countless times, and he still did not feel that he had the courage to stand in front of Li Tianlan. Moreover, even if he really did so, Qin Shi was not sure how many people would speak up for him if Li Tianlan insisted on destroying the Qin family, even if he compromised on a lot of things. As long as Li Tianlan was willing to compromise and give up some resources, then the prince group would have the possibility to choose a new successor. Although it was only a possibility and not an opportunity, it was better than nothing. Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace had grown to this extent. For the prince group, naturally, they wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. But for the Southeast group and the academics, they were happy to suppress the new group and Emperor Dong's palace, but if they wanted to destroy Emperor Dong's palace and the new group, these two groups would definitely retreat faster than anyone else. Therefore, Li Tianlan would always have a position at the top of Zhongzhou state. Many people would suppress him. Li Tianlan would also compromise, but no matter how he compromised, he had to find a target to vent his anger. At that time, when everything was settled, the Qin family would undoubtedly be the most suitable target to be sacrificed. And such a thing was also the most likely. Qin Shi did not dare to do so. But if he continued to wait passively, what would happen after Li Tianlan passed the most difficult period? At that time, the strength of the prince group would be greatly damaged. Qin Shi was one of the successors of the prince group, but not the only one. With the scale of the prince group, it was enough to train 2 future directors of Zhongzhou state, and Qin Shi was just one of them. Just one of them. When the strength of the prince group was greatly damaged, in a short time, it was impossible for them to replace both successors. Therefore, giving up one and fully supporting the other was the most rational behavior. Qin Shi would also be given up. Just before and after the election. He would also leave Nanyun. But instead of going to Tianfu, he would go to Yuzhou and be given an idle position. After a few years, when no one paid attention to him, Emperor Dong's palace would also attack him. Qin Shi suddenly found that he had no choice. No matter what choice he made, the Qin family seemed to be facing a dead end. Resentment, unwillingness, fear, coldness, all the emotions turned into a huge pressure, crushing Qin Shi's spine. He held Li Tianlan's hand stiffly, and he did not realize that he had bent down. And in his eyes, there was also a flash of hatred. A vague voice sounded in his ear. It was Li Tianlan's voice, faint, without any emotion, no apparent pain, no apparent pleasure. I'm sorry, for the whole Zhongzhou state, the death of the prime minister is a huge loss. The voice became more and more vague. Qin Shi could not hear it clearly. He held Li Tianlan's hand, and his body shook. At noon, in the sky full of snow, his body fell heavily to the ground. Call an ambulance, someone fainted, the Qin family was in a mess, and some staff began to make calls. In the noisy atmosphere, Li Tianlan shook hands with everyone in the Qin family in turn. He was expressionless. No one in the Qin family had the courage to look into his eyes. Li Tianlan shook hands with everyone in the Qin family coldly, expressing his condolences. Li Huacheng and other counselors just watched quietly. To some extent, such condolences were a demonstration. Li Huacheng and Hua Zhengyang kept their composure. On the side, Guo Wentian's eyes flashed with a blazing and angry light. Zhou Yunhai kept his composure. Wan Qingyun and Ji Wenjiang's eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. Dongqing Wudi and Zhou Mulan walked in front of Li Tianlan calmly, as if they did not notice Li Tianlan's posture behind them. Until he shook hands with a nephew of Qin Fangqing, Li Tianlan casually shook his hand. A few sword intents rose out of thin air and froze into ice in Li Tianlan's hand. The water drops had been evaporated by the high temperature before they fell from his hand. This blatant action of washing hands embarrassed everyone in the Qin family to the extreme. All the counselors were watching this scene, and no one spoke. They all knew what Li Tianlan's action meant. This was tantamount to telling them a problem. The Qin family's business was not over. Was this an expression of determination? Li Huacheng sighed in his heart, looked at Li Tianlan, who walked in front of him, and reached out to shake hands with him. It's too sudden. Li Tianlan said. Yes, no one was prepared. The Prime Minister has always been very healthy. I just checked the data records of the healthcare doctor for the past 6 months. The Prime Minister's blood pressure has only been slightly high in recent months. Who knows? Li Huacheng shook his head, and his eyes were a little complicated. Is this an accident? Li Tianlan looked into Li Huacheng's eyes and asked. Li Huacheng paused slightly and did not speak. This question was too direct. If he said it was not an accident, that meant that he thought Qin Fangqing's death was a murder. If he said it was an accident, that meant that in his attitude, this matter had nothing to do with Li Tianlan. No matter what he said, it was not appropriate for Li Huacheng. The forensic doctor is still studying, and it's not clear at the moment. Li Huacheng said vaguely. Li Tianlan nodded. Where is the Prime Minister's body? I also brought a doctor, maybe he can draw some conclusions. Oh. Li Huaqing glanced at Li Tianlan with some playfulness. It's not against the law to look at the body, is it? Li Tianlan said faintly and waved his hand. Xianyuan Wushang, who was walking at the back, slightly quickened his pace and stood beside Li Tianlan. Li Huaqing hesitated and nodded. Follow me. Li Huaqing said yes, said goodbye to the other directors, and went directly to the main hall. Chen Fengqing's body was lying on a bed, covered all over. Xianyuan Wushang glanced at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan nodded. Xianyuan Wushang took 2 steps forward and casually lifted the cover on the body. Chen Fengqing's eyes were closed, and he looked very peaceful. If you didn't look at the color of his skin, he looked like he was asleep. With his back to Li Tianlan and Li Huaqing, Xianyuan Wushang narrowed his eyes. There was an incomparably pure light flowing in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. His pupils slowly narrowed, but the expression on his face began to become doubtful. The doubt slowly became dignified and serious, and finally turned into a touch of fear and dread. He stared at Chen Fengqing for almost 5 minutes. He put down the cover again. How is it? Li Tianlan, who had been standing there chatting with Li Huaqing and couldn't do anything else, asked casually. Nothing unexpected. Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, it's a natural death. No one could see his expression. Obviously, this was not the truth. But this was the only thing Xianyuan Wushang could know. From Chen Fengqing's body, he could vaguely feel that something was wrong. This feeling was vague, but his instinct told him that such a death was definitely not a normal death. But the problem was, Xianyuan Wushang knew that it was not a normal death, but he didn't know how abnormal it was. He didn't know at all. Chapter 1085. No one believed Xianyuan Wushang's words. Just like the forensic doctor's conclusion that Chen Fengqing died of natural causes, no one believed it either. Such a death was too coincidental, and there were great benefits behind such a coincidence. So even if it was a natural death, some people tried to turn it into a conspiracy. Xianyuan Wushang was a doctor, but he was unknown and had no authority to prove it. In the eyes of others, his so-called natural death was just a formality that Li Tianlan had brought a person here to go through the motions and give the conclusion of natural death. People didn't even believe that Xianyuan Wushang was a doctor. This conclusion couldn't stand scrutiny, and no one would believe it at all. But at the very least, Li Tianlan had to show his attitude. As the new group became more and more clear, and people kept changing their positions under the influence of the Flourishing Age Fund, Li Tianlan's attitude could be said to be unimportant, but it could also be said to be very important. But on the scene, no one showed any doubt about Xianyuan Wushang, even those from the Chen family. There was an endless stream of people from the Chen family who came to mourn. After all, he was the prime minister of a country. No matter how down and out he was, ordinary people couldn't compare with him. And now most of the people who could get the news were well informed. They could know about Chen Fengqing's death, and naturally, they could see some possible developments after Chen Fengqing's death. At this time, no one wanted to offend Li Tianlan, and naturally no one wanted to offend Chen Fengqing. Anyway, it was just a trip, and no one thought it was troublesome. On such an occasion, other directors of Zhongzhou State had to show up, but it was not suitable for them to be watched for a long time. So Li Huaqing took the initiative to borrow a side hall from the Chen family and prepared to hold a temporary meeting on the spot. When talking to the Chen family, Li Huaqing's expression and voice were very calm. But Li Tianlan, Dongqing Wudi, and Zhou Mulin all took a deep look at him. Meeting in the Chen family. Everyone knew what it meant. The Chen family was not far from the Hidden Dragon Sea. Under normal circumstances, even if there was a meeting, it should be held in the Hidden Dragon Sea. In fact, they had nothing else to do here. There was no need to stay here after showing up. Chen Fengqing's death was sudden and special. In the past 100 years, he was the first director to pass away before he even retired. Therefore, all the counselors would show up. All the counselors in Yuzhou and the powerhouses of the military headquarters would come here. In the next 3 days, all the counselors in Zhongzhou state would come to Yuzhou and wait for Qin Fengqing's funeral. If Qin Fengqing had already retired, the directors would also come before the official funeral. However, they would not appear at the same time. In fact, not all of them would appear. They would ask the secretary to help maintain the order at the scene. They would only attend the funeral ceremony for Qin Fengqing's remains. So, strictly speaking, after the appearance, all the directors had nothing to do. It was enough to leave 2 secretaries to assist the Qin family. They could come again during the funeral ceremony 3 days later. But now, Li Huaqing requested to have a meeting at the Qin family. Was it because the meeting was so urgent that they couldn't even make it from here to the Hidden Dragon Sea, which was less than 20 kilometers away? That was obviously not the case. This was gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. The high-level meeting held in the Qin family had a rich meaning, and the most direct meaning was Li Huaqing's dissatisfaction with Li Tianlan. Holding the meeting here not only put great pressure on Li Tianlan and the giant group, but also showed his attitude to other groups. Li Tianlan was expressionless and didn't say anything from beginning to end. The Qin family specially arranged a relatively quiet room in the backyard for Qin Fengqing. The room was not very big, so it seemed extremely crowded after the high-level people walked in. There were still a lot of people present today. Not only the 9 counselors, but also the 3 deputy prime ministers of the cabinet, 2 national advisors, Speaker of Yuzhou Bai Zhanfang, 4 deputy ministers of the military headquarters, Bai Qingzhao, the deputy secretary general, and the counselors of the Ministry of Personnel, the Coalition Ministry, and other departments were all present. Li Huaqing sat in the main seat and silently looked at everyone present. Li Tianlan sat opposite Li Huaqing with a blank face. He didn't say a word and his mind was wandering. I just met the Prime Minister yesterday. Li Huaqing was silent for about 5 minutes before he slowly said, we talked until late. Last night, he was still discussing the development of Zhongzhou state with me. Who could have thought that today, there was an extremely sincere regret and sigh in his tone. No one knew what he really thought. Guo Wendian took out a cigarette and lit it. He said slowly, we've been communicating a lot recently. The Prime Minister has been under a lot of pressure recently and often suffers from insomnia. His headache is an old problem, and he's talked to the doctor about it, but the doctor didn't have a good solution. He just prescribed some painkillers and told him to rest well. Guo Wendian laughed at himself and said, pay attention to rest. As far as I know, the Prime Minister's work and rest have been extremely chaotic in recent years, and a lot of things have happened recently. How can he have any rest? There was silence. The Prime Minister has always been very concerned about the affairs of the cabinet. The Prime Minister's vision has always been very long-term. He pays attention to the future of the cabinet. At the same time, he often reflects on the past of the cabinet, combines the past with the present, summarizes the experience, and explores the future road. A few days ago, the Prime Minister mentioned to me that the future of the cabinet still needs new ideas, a new atmosphere, and 100 schools of thought contend. Many years ago, we vigorously supported agriculture, and later, we vigorously supported industry. These correct measures have established our position in the world today. In recent years, our eyes have been locked on finance and energy. For other fields, there has been a certain neglect, so we have also missed some opportunities. So the Prime Minister feels that after the election, we should promote some talents from various aspects and enrich the breadth of thinking of the cabinet. He said that no field of the country should be abandoned. A cabinet member suddenly said in a calm and unhurried tone. Li Tianlan raised his eyelids and glanced at him, but still did not speak. The speaker was He Zhengnan, a cabinet member who had been very low-key in recent years. The so-called cabinet member was theoretically at the same level as the deputy prime minister, but in fact, he had great influence but did not compete for the position of deputy prime minister. Strong people had real power in their hands, and they also had their own fields. But most of the time, they cooperated with the work of the cabinet. In other words, they cooperated with the work of the real master of the cabinet. A few years ago, He Zhengnan had been in a state of semi-retirement. After this election, he was bound to retire. No one thought that in this matter, he would rush out after Guo Wentian to be the vanguard. He Zhengnan felt Li Tianlan's gaze and nodded to him, smiling politely and respectfully. He was the backbone of the prince group, but he could not be regarded as one of the core members. However, Qin Fangqing died suddenly. In today's Yuzhou, he was already a relatively important figure that Guo Wentian could pull out, and Guo Wentian also gave him an offer that he could not refuse. Originally, He Zhengnan did not intend to express his position in this matter. The fields he was in charge of overlapped with Wu Zhengmin's in many places. In other words, he worked with Wu Zhengmin in the cabinet. After Wu Zhengmin entered the cabinet, he quickly straightened out the relationship. After experiencing the means of this old fox who had carried the flag for the Li family for more than 20 years, He Zhengnan chose to give in. Although he was still in office, he did not have much time to show up in the cabinet. In theory, the situation and rise and fall of the major groups in Zhengzhou state had little to do with him. But his son was now in a critical period. His son was now the mayor of East Mountain Province's Kojima City. Kojima was a vice-governor level city, but the mayor of Kojima was a vice-governor level city. Although it couldn't be said to be low in status, it wasn't too high either. Guo Wentian almost hit his soft spot as soon as he opened his mouth. If this operation was successful, after the election, his son would be transferred to the capital city of Tianfu province to serve as a member of the council and the speaker of the capital city. In this position, if everything went well, it was very likely that he would become the governor of Tianfu province in a single step after 5 years. That was the real core member of the prince group. At his age, his son had little chance to become a director, and the prince group did not have such resources. But starting from the position of the governor of Tianfu province, as long as he was not too unlucky, his son could basically reach his current height. Whether he became a member of parliament or a member of the cabinet, he could ensure the continued glory of the family. Therefore, He Zhengnan did not hesitate. He just thought for a few seconds and then promised Guo Wentian that he would fight for him at the meeting. What he said through Qin Fangqing's mouth was very implicit, but everyone was very clear about what he meant. Promote talents from various aspects and perspectives. This sentence was the key of the key. The so-called various aspects and perspectives could be understood as focusing on officials with different talents. But there was no shortage of such different types of officials in the major groups. Even the weakest North group had a lot of them. So this sentence was equivalent to saying that the cabinet after the election was a piece of cake placed in front of the major groups, and everyone had a chance to share a piece. In other words, the next cabinet would no longer be a group with a relative advantage. Instead, every group could make their own voices heard in different positions. This had an absolute conflict of fundamental interests with the future planning of the new group. Wu Zhengmin became the second minister. Bai Qingxian became the deputy minister. The goal of the new group was clear and clear. It put its 2 leaders in the cabinet, and even sacrificed a lot of possible local interests for this. The first step of the rise of the new group was to win the right to speak in the cabinet. Now, He Zhengnan wanted to let the cabinet compete. All the people of the group entered the cabinet, which also meant that the position of the new group in the cabinet would be greatly reduced, and its right to speak would also be greatly weakened. The strategy of the new group would completely fail. At that time, even if Wu Zhengmin and Bai Qingxian were pushed up, the new group would only get a small number of positions and a few provinces, and its foundation would become unstable. It was hard to say what the future of such a new group would be, but at least it would be difficult to start. The cabinet's competition was the first step of the prince group's plan. In this plan, because there were too many voices from all sides, the authority of the second minister would be weakened to a certain extent, and the main authority would be concentrated on the prime minister. Many contradictions and conflicts needed to be mediated by the prime minister who controlled the cabinet, which further accelerated the speed at which the new prime minister accumulated prestige in the cabinet. The second step of the plan was taken over by the academics. They tried their best to push Hua Xingyang to the position of prime minister, put pressure on the new group, and curb his speed of development. The academics would fully support the first step of the Prince Group's plan. The Prince Group would fully support the second step of the academics' plan. The tacit understanding could be said to be flawless. In order to win more support, the prospect of the cabinet's competition was explained in advance, which was to rope in other groups. The cabinet was the core of the country. Each department under the cabinet meant great power, especially the departments of finance, development, security, commerce, agriculture, and industry. Not to mention the position of minister, even the deputy, or even the head of some important departments and bureaus, would be fought over. When these positions were held in the hands of the major groups, they would also become some stable promotion ladder, and they were the kind with great value. Such positions, no matter how many there were, no one would complain. Since He Jingnan had said this on behalf of the Prince Group, it was equivalent to a promise from the Prince Group and the academics. Such a promise couldn't be stingy. After all, the major groups had their own dealings, and it wasn't a one-time deal. If their reputation was ruined this time, even if it was beneficial in the short term, it wouldn't be worth it in the long term. Therefore, in order to get the leadership of the cabinet, the Prince Group and the academics really planned to divide a considerable part of the cabinet's power. While roping in other groups, they suppressed the new group's plan to conquer the cabinet. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Personally, I think the Prime Minister's words make sense. He Jingnan looked at Li Tianlan and immediately shifted his gaze. He wasn't too afraid of Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan did bring a lot of pressure to people, but no matter how arrogant Li Tianlan was, he wouldn't go so far as to kill his entire family just because of a few words. Everyone present knew this very well. Therefore, he continued to speak, expressing his attitude. It's simply a penetrating insight. I also hope to see a cabinet with diverse thinking. The death of the Prime Minister is a huge loss to Zhongzhou State, but we should unswervingly follow his path. Time will prove that he and we are both right. That is to say, I'm wrong? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. His eyes fell on He Jingnan, his eyes bright and unblinking. In fact, no one mentioned anything about him, but Li Tianlan just took it personally. No one thought he was stupid. He just sat there quietly, but as he spoke, everyone could clearly feel a kind of incomparably cold and stiff pressure. He Jingnan moved his mouth and was about to speak. Li Tianlan suddenly said, "Have you really seen the Prime Minister recently?" He Jingnan was dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes shifted to him. At this juncture, He Jingnan could not take half a step back no matter what. He braced himself and nodded, saying naturally, "Of course. Of course. I don't believe it." Li Tianlan said lightly, "I don't believe the Prime Minister would say this to a dispensable cabinet member like you." It's not essential, this was an understatement, but in He Jingnan's ears, it had the effect of killing people. He Jingnan's face suddenly turned red. But before he could explode in anger, Li Tianlan had already continued, "I will send someone to investigate this matter. Your specific whereabouts these days will soon be investigated. Here, today, you can say whatever you want, even in the name of the Prime Minister. But today, everyone is sitting here. If you haven't seen the Prime Minister, it is tantamount to deceiving the entire Zhongzhou State. At that time, even if Zhongzhou State does not touch you, I will make you pay the price." He Jingnan's body stiffened. His snow-white beard trembled and his face was a little pale. "Your Majesty is really domineering," Hua Zhenyang suddenly said with sarcasm. Li Tianlan glanced at him. Whether it was He Jingnan or the Prince Group, they were important, but they weren't absolutely important. Everyone knew that whether the new group could conquer the cabinet or not had a direct and absolute relationship with whether Hua Zhenyang could become the new Prime Minister. He was the biggest obstacle on the way to the rise of the new group. I don't want to be deceived, especially in the name of a dead man. Everyone is very clear about the Prime Minister's character. He distinguishes between merits and demerits. No one will deny what he has done. Such a person should be respected enough. But if someone uses his death to seek benefits for themselves, then where does the Prime Minister stand? Where does the cabinet stand? I will investigate it clearly and make some people pay the price. I do this to be responsible for Zhongzhou state. Li Tianlan's voice was cold and tough. The conversation seemed to be at an impasse. Li Huaqing silently watched the other people in the room without batting an eyelid. Hua Zhenyang's eyebrows twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, but he held back. Li Tianlan's words were equivalent to the most naked threat. He was not only threatening He Zhengnan. It was also Hua Zhenyang. He Zhengnan spoke in the name of Qin Fangqing. Li Tianlan used Zhongzhou state to fight back. Be responsible for Zhongzhou state. Li Tianlan was already qualified to say this. No one present, including Li Huaqing, dared to say to Li Tianlan that Zhongzhou state did not need his responsibility. No one dared to say it, and no one could bear such a responsibility. So this extremely tough threat meant that Li Tianlan had forced the academics to the brink of falling out with him. Falling out completely? This was definitely not what Li Huaqing wanted to see. In the silence, Li Tianlan slowly tapped on the table in front of him. His fingers jumped rhythmically on the table, and the other hand supported his face. He tilted his body and looked at He Zhengnan. Now, I will give you another chance. Tell me, have you seen the Prime Minister recently? He Zhengnan's body trembled obviously. He wanted to speak, but he lost all his courage for a moment. Li Huaqing frowned and suddenly said, "Okay, we can discuss this matter later. Let's go back to Hidden Dragon Sea and hold a formal meeting." He paused and said calmly, "Huayang, you stay and see if there is anything else the Qin family needs." The Prime Minister left suddenly. You have to temporarily take charge of the work of the cabinet so that he can leave at ease. Temporarily arrest him? Was this temporarily really temporary, or? Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and showed a sneer. Li Huaqing, did you want to set the tone directly? Ji Wenzhang and Wan Qingyun also raised their heads at the same time, looked at each other, and wanted to speak. But Li Tianlan had already beaten them to it. I'm different, he didn't finish his words either. It was because at the instant he spoke, cries of grief suddenly sounded from within the Qin clan. Wails of despair and misery filled the air. Such a sound was very common in the news of Qin Fangqing's death. However, the voice that had suddenly appeared seemed to have been magnified thousands of times in an instant. Li Tianlan was stunned. The next moment, the door of the temporary meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Li Huaqing's secretary, Ma Si, rushed in a panic. Behind Ma Si, the secretary of Hua Zhenyang and Wu Zhengmin also rushed in. President, everyone, Ma Si's breathing was a little short, and his face was extremely ugly. When he spoke, he subconsciously looked at Li Tianlan, with a touch of fear in his eyes, avoiding eye contact. Li Tianlan's heart sank for no reason. Ma Si's voice was like an icy wind, blowing quickly through the meeting room and into everyone's heart. Just 2 minutes ago, in the ambulance. Ma Si said in a dry voice, Governor Qin Shi passed away, the cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. There was a dead silence. Li Tianlan's body stiffened in place. His face became completely livid. Chapter 1086. The crowd hurried, and the huge mansion of the Qin family was completely shrouded in a desperate and tragic atmosphere. The male relatives of the Qin family could barely support their bodies to receive the guests, but the women had completely lost their souls. There was no more sorrow, no more crying. Everyone sat in the mourning hall in a daze, like puppets placed in the mourning hall. A brand new mourning hall belonging to Qin Shi was quickly set up. The number of people who came to the Qin family increased in less than 2 hours after Qin Shi's death. The news of the death of the father and son of the Qin family spread from the temporary conference room. The resolution had been formed, the documents were sent to various places, and the major media software pushed the news at the same time. At this time, almost all of Zhongzhou state had known that the Prime Minister and Qin Shi died on the same day. Li Tianlan was still the biggest suspect. Qin Fangqing's death shocked people and Li Tianlan's madness. But Qin Shi's death made almost everyone angry. It was too much. Everyone felt the same way. Li Tianlan was challenging the most basic bottom line that the whole Zhongzhou state had formed for hundreds of years. Killing the prime minister, killing the governor, if he could get through this safely, who would he not dare to kill in the future? Status was meaningless, position was meaningless, power was meaningless, and everyone in the whole Zhongzhou state would be shrouded in the shadow of Emperor Dong's palace. Would such a Zhongzhou state still be Zhongzhou state? Not anymore. The answer was yes. Not anymore. Such a Zhongzhou state was a cage. Perhaps no one would sympathize with Qin Fangqing and Qin Shi, but when they got the news, countless people started to unite and began to resist Li Tianlan. Power and the privileged class were unpopular in the eyes of most people, but they must exist. This was the most stable part of the order. Such stability was magnified to some extent, and became one of the sources of social stability. When the so-called privilege and power were killed by people who ignored the rules, regardless of the impact, such people became lunatics in the eyes of everyone. A lunatic who must die. The news of the death of the father and son of the Qin family was like a thunder, arousing endless killing intent and hostility. The most obvious and the first thing to show was the number of people who came to the Qin family to offer their condolences. The deputy speaker of Yuzhou province arrived first. Nobody thought too much about the deputy speaker who had the background of Special Warfare Group. Closely after that, the deputy mayor of Yuzhou province, the director of the development committee and the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel arrived. Everybody sensed something unusual. The patriarchs of the rich and powerful families brought their core members to pay a visit. Some of these patriarchs were close to the Prince group, some to the North group, and some to the Giant group. But all of them came. They remained silent, expressing their support for the Qin family in silence. The meeting in the temporary conference room continued. Li Huacheng, who had originally planned to move the venue, once again chose to continue the meeting after hearing the news of Qin Shi's death. Li Tianlan did not come out again. But everyone could imagine how fiercely Li Tianlan, even Dongqing Wudi, Wu Zhengmin, and the others were suffering now. The meeting had been going on for nearly 5 hours. The sky had already darkened and night had fallen. The mansion of the Qin family was bustling. A large number of officials gathered here. After coming here, except for those who had urgent matters, they were not in a hurry to leave. Even if a few left, they left their secretaries here. More and more people came to the Qin family. After dinner, these people still gathered in 2s and 3s, occasionally glancing at a certain corner. In that corner, the chubby Xianyuan Wushang, who did not look aggressive at all, was sitting there silently, with a cup of cold tea in front of him. Xianyuan Wushang's expression was even gloomier than Li Tianlan's. Every few seconds, the gazes from every corner would sweep past him, intentionally or unintentionally, with disgust and disgust that they wanted to hide but couldn't. Xianyuan Wushang knew very well that this disgust and disgust was because he came with Li Tianlan, and people all knew that he was Li Tianlan's driver. If they treated him like this, how much would they feel about Li Tianlan now? These people discussed Li Tianlan. As time passed, almost the entire Zhongzhou state hated Emperor Dong's palace. It was said that several counselors from other places had now arrived in Yuzhou and were on their way to the Qin family. Obviously, the meeting that had lasted for several hours was no longer an impromptu meeting. Qin Fangqing and even all the high-level members of the council were really angry, and they planned to discuss a clear result today. Xianyuan Wushang did not want to think about what such a result would be, but he was very clear about it. He knew that this time he was in big trouble. If Qin Fangqing's death was a huge trouble for Li Tianlan, then with Qin Shi's death on the same day, this trouble had now evolved into a near-fatal crisis in just a few hours. To Li Tianlan, Emperor Dong's palace, and the Giant group. If this matter was confirmed, then it was no longer a question of how the strength of the new group would shrink. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a question of whether Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace could continue to exist. No, this was no longer a question. Because Zhongzhou state could not allow such a thing to exist. And such a thing did not even need to be confirmed. The current situation was that everyone was suspecting Li Tianlan. When everyone thought it was Li Tianlan who did it, then it didn't matter who the real culprit was. Zhongzhou State's patience had obviously reached its limit. Xianyuan Wushang didn't know how much time he had left. Maybe 1 day, maybe 3 days, maybe a week, but no more than half a month. During this period, if Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace could not come up with enough evidence to prove their innocence, then the entire Emperor Dong's palace would be completely destroyed, and Zhongzhou State would do everything to kill Li Tianlan. Without any hesitation, without any apprehension, at all costs. As long as Zhongzhou State made up its mind, Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace must die. This was a fact that did not need to be stated. It was very simple. If Li Tianlan was alive, then every high-level official in Zhongzhou State would face the irresistible threat of death. Therefore, the capital of a nation Yuandu would be fully used to kill Li Tianlan and erase everything related to him. Poison gas, bombing, surprise attack, assassination, seduction, even war, even nuclear war. Emperor Dong's palace did not have nuclear weapons, and their biggest deterrent was Li Tianlan himself. When Zhongzhou State made up its mind to eradicate Li Tianlan, they would not hesitate to take out all their trump cards. Li Tianlan was very destructive. Then they would surround him with a crowd. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. The army was endless, and all kinds of high-tech weapons emerged one after another. This was not an exaggeration. If Li Tianlan could not prove his innocence, Zhongzhou State would inevitably do so. As long as there were people alive in Zhongzhou State, they would do so. At that time, the so-called new group would become a joke, Emperor Dong's palace would become ruins, and Li Tianlan would inevitably die. This was something that needed no doubt. And with Li Tianlan's death, the entire giant group would also embark on the old road that once happened in another miracle city. Dongqing Wudi, by Qing Qian, Zhouyuan Shan, Dongqing Qiuqi, by Zhanfang, by Qing Zhao, everyone would be liquidated. Xianyuan Wushang took a deep breath. Compared with the urgency of the situation, he felt more humiliated. He could feel that something was wrong with Chen Fengqing's inexplicable death. But after thinking about it for an afternoon, he had no idea what was wrong or how to prove it. As for Qin Shi, he once wanted to get close to Qin Shi's body, but he was stopped by all the Qin family members with red eyes. The situation was already very dangerous. In this situation, if Zhongzhou State attacked Li Tianlan fiercely enough, maybe by tomorrow, Wu Zhenmin or Dongqing Wudi would take the blame and resign. And this was just the prelude to the decline of the giant group and Emperor Dong's palace. Xianyuan Wushang suddenly stood up. He walked to a corner, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang twice and was quickly connected. Xing Tian's steady and heavy voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Your Highness. How did Qin Shi die? Xianyuan Wushang asked. There was a silence on the other end of the phone. 2 seconds later, Xing Tian's heavy voice sounded, I don't know. Then changed from not knowing to knowing. Try. I want the information of the mastermind, even a clue. Xianyuan Wushang's voice was extremely cold and ruthless. If necessary, you can die. Okay. Xing Tian's voice was simple and honest, without any hesitation. Xianyuan Wushang paused and continued, and don't investigate the cause of Chen Fengqing's death. Huh? Xing Tian was a little confused. Chen Fengqing's death makes me feel very uneasy. I don't know why, but when I look at his body, I feel fear. I can't see Qin Shi's body now. I just looked at it from a distance. That feeling doesn't make me feel uneasy, but it makes me very annoyed, very annoyed. Xing Tian was silent for a while and said softly, I'll start investigating now. Xianyuan Wushang said that he could die if necessary, but from his words, Xing Tian clearly sensed something different. Because Xianyuan Wushang felt different. This feeling was worth relying on. The different feeling meant that the people who killed Qin Shi and Qin Fangqing might not be the same group of people. If he investigated the cause of Qin Fangqing's death, he might die instantly. But investigating Qin Shi might not be the case. Xing Tian silently hung up the phone. The wind and snow were still blowing outside the window of Yuzhou. It had been snowing for a day, and the whole of Yuzhou was covered in a cold, silvery white. Xing Tian stood in front of the window for a while, then slowly turned around and sat on the sofa. His huge body seemed to have become absolutely quiet the moment he sat down. Breathing, heartbeat, everything became inaudible. Xing Tian reached out and grabbed something in the air. The air twisted in his hand and finally turned into an incorporeal brush in his palm. He grabbed again with his other hand. The air seemed to have been pulled down by him, making a crisp sound. It sounded like he was tearing off a piece of paper with a slight force. The air with some irregular edges was casually placed on the table. Xing Tian held the incorporeal brush and stared at the incorporeal paper on the table. He was a calligrapher. In this field, he had the ability to see some things clearly. For example, the cause of Qin Shi's death. Xing Tian slowly put the brush down and slowly drew a line on the incorporeal paper. The incorporeal tip of the brush swept across the incorporeal paper, leaving a light red line. Xing Tian thought for a while and wrote 2 words on the paper. 6 years. Before he finished writing the 2 words, the incorporeal red line disappeared. Xing Tian was stunned. He knew that the starting point he was looking for was Li Tianlan, but Li Tianlan couldn't be the starting point. He drew another line and wrote down 2.5 years. The light red line appeared steadily on the paper. The tip of the brush began to tremble. Xing Tian wrote a line. Qi Mulan died. In the blink of an eye, countless densely packed words suddenly covered the empty piece of paper. Before Xing Tian had time to take a look, the handwriting disappeared completely. Xing Tian was a little depressed, but he had to try another way. He took the brush and didn't plan the time. Instead, he randomly found a starting point and wrote, "I ate 5 caddies of rice last night." Countless versions of himself began to emerge. It was like countless options, neatly arranged. The rice came from Thailand. The rice came from Zhongzhou State. The rice came from, countless places appeared in front of Xing Tian. The option of the rice came from Zhongzhou State glowed red. Xing Tian clicked on the option that glowed red and wrote another sentence, "It tastes good." The dense handwriting seemed to be Xing Tian's thoughts that had been imprinted. Xing Tian's whole person became completely quiet. Everything went smoothly. Under his control, the brush in his hand quickly continued to write. At this moment, his huge body began to fade slowly. The light in the room dimmed. His figure became fainter and fainter, and finally became a shadow. The shadow was still constantly thinning, and finally became a shadow without a head. And the shadow without a head kept writing something on the paper. His writing speed was even more exaggerated than a computer-generated file. In the blink of an eye, dense handwriting had appeared in front of him. Xing Tian entered the real state of unconsciousness. On the incorporeal paper, the content appeared chaotically and clearly. "I ate 5 caddies of rice last night, and it tasted good. His Majesty attached great importance to us, so he informed the kitchen to buy more of this kind of rice. The origin of the rice came from Longjiang, Zhongzhou State, and the kitchen's stock was running out. The kitchen supervisor went to the supermarket in Xianyuan City to buy and encountered a small car accident on the way. His Majesty took us to Yuzhou. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel was very luxurious. The front desk lady did not look very good. His Majesty and His Highness entered the hidden Dragon Sea. Qin Fangqing's spirit was in an extremely unstable state." Xing Tian was still writing, but the content had become a wavy line. Xing Tian himself did not notice this scene. The content of the handwriting continued. Qin Fangqing saw Wu Zhengmin. His consciousness was chaotic, and his spirit was in a relaxed state. The 2 majesties arrived at the hotel smoothly and received the room card from the front desk lady on duty. The front desk lady was in a very bad mood. Her father was a truck driver who worked in Nanyun all year round, responsible for transporting supplies from Nanyun to Ningbian and Xianyuan City. But her father had a car accident in Xianyuan City today. She had a deep hostility to the two majesties from Tiannan. A young man came to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and saw the front desk lady on duty. Xing Tian's handwriting suddenly paused. Bang! In the slight sound, the brush in his hand and the paper in the void instantly exploded. Xing Tian, who had become a phantom, instantly turned into a huge corpse. A mouthful of blood sprayed directly from his mouth. He opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with a touch of shock. He was originally calculating the cause of Chen Shi's death, but after entering the real state, he was cleverly misled. The direction of his investigation seemed to point to Chen Fangqing. There was a touch of shock in Xing Tian's eyes. The blown-up paper was pieced together in front of him. He looked at the words that had been written and frowned. It was not because there were too many words on it, but because there were too few words. There was a very interesting saying in the Miracle City that a butterfly in the tropical rainforest of the Amazon River in South America could cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later with an occasional flap of its wings. This was the very famous butterfly effect. This was a strange chaotic phenomenon, but it was limited to one system. Xing Tian was a calligrapher, and his ability was more comprehensive. He could cross multiple systems in all directions. Starting from a small thing, it formed a huge chain reaction. There were countless explanations to explain the cause of Chen Fangqing's death from this aspect. Now there were billions of people on the earth, so there might be billions of explanations for Chen Fangqing's death. These explanations were correct to a certain extent, but not completely correct. From the perspective of the butterfly effect, Chen Fangqing's death might be because a beggar in Zhongzhou State sneezed, or it might be because a group of Star State High School students made a beautiful three-point shot. These reasons were real and objective. They were right and wrong. Xing Tian looked at the paper silently. What would happen if he continued to write on this paper? He started with the dinner he cooked as a starting point, and then found lines that could be constantly developed and changed. For example, the kitchen supervisor had a small car accident. For example, Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai arrived in Yuzhou and returned to the hotel. For example, Chen Fangqing met Wu Zhengmin. For example, the receptionist of the hotel was the daughter of a truck driver. These were 4 things, but if he continued, each of them had infinite development possibilities. The receptionist might have a relative who was an official, and he wanted to help the receptionist solve the problem. Maybe her boyfriend was a rich young master, and he planned to use his power. Involvement. Xing Tian now had 4 lines in his hands. And these 4 lines would be involved in any direction, and it would be more and more people would be involved. Each line had tens of thousands of different twists and turns. When more and more people were involved, these 4 lines would eventually merge in one direction and become a line. All the people involved would become branches, and then develop again. Eventually, it would definitely touch Qin Shi, and then touch the behind-the-scenes manipulator who killed Qin Shi. This could be said to be the butterfly effect. But more accurately, it was cause and effect. There was cause and effect. This was the power of cause and effect, and also the ability of calligraphers. However, the direction of Xing Tian's investigation was obviously disturbed. Before his 4 lines formed an absolute connection, a young man suddenly appeared in the story. The brush and paper in his hands all exploded because of the appearance of the young man. Xing Tian didn't know who he was, but he was sure that the young man had an absolute relationship with Chen Fangqing's death. And this was something he couldn't write, even if he died. Xing Tian sat on the sofa, silently thinking about a way to get around this interference. He changed the pen and paper again. Just at the moment when the tip of the pen was about to touch the paper, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang in his ears. The sound was so loud that it almost completely shattered his whole consciousness in an instant. Xing Tian's brain was instantly in chaos. He turned his head in disbelief and looked at the door. Opposite the door was Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai's bedroom. That was the origin of the loud noise. And Qin Weibai was still in the bedroom.